Ahoy, hoy. Okay. I did read that 7-minute read. I wonder what's involved in this one. Actual Jake. Give me a second till I get myself sorted. Hello, hello. Rejoice, your mad Scottish Marxist is live. Let me go and shield myself. Where be I? Should unblock myself. I am indeed. Where am I? Yeah. 7 minutes. Quite a lot. Look at it. I'll give people time to come in. Oi, oi. That's the speaker. Yeah. Oh, I'll bring up my YouTube channel. Ah, there we go. There we go. What's this?
He is a special actor and a decent human being.
David is a natural actor. He's got this metamorphic ability to play a very wide range of parts.
I think with David, you always want to know more. You kind of look and you just want to look further.
On set, David is a joy. He's always happy. I haven't seen him yet be a bit grumpy.
He might not like me saying it, but he's gentle. And that comes through in so many of the things that he does.
Is this one of those sort of VT packages where I do a big David's great thing? Is it?
Fuck it, Femi, you might be obsessed with fucking Brexit, but you do usually have some fairly decent takes. I'll give you that. You're better than Phil anyway, which isn't saying much. Sorry. Owen.
So what's next, Labour? Killing the firstborn? I mean, flipping, of course. Frankly, I don't want to give them ideas. Don't want them to go all Book of Exodus on us, do I? People fleeing violence, persecution, and dictatorship. That's the latest target of the soulless, dead behind the eyes hacks who happen, sadly, to run this country. In their 15 disastrous months in power, they went to war with pensioners. Remember that? They went to war with disabled people. And now they're going to war with refugees and asylum seekers. Now, here's the truth, right? This is the truth. The shambolic mess we are supposed to call a government is in a state of panic. And you can see why. According to the polling, 82% of voters are dissatisfied with their performance.
Let's just drink this in, shall we? Would you look at those poll ratings? Oof. I'm waiting for a historic hiding in May. So there's the Senate elections in Wales, so that's their devolved administration. Holyrood up here in based Scotland. Then locals in May in parts of England. It's going to be fun. The majority of the councils that are going up for election are mostly Labour. Don't get me wrong, there's some other ones with no overall control, some coalition, well, no overall control, and some Tory ones. The majority of the Tory ones were this year, earlier on. And Reform took 10 of them, and they're basically kingmakers and a couple others. Reform are looking to capitalise on the elections in May. I'm here to stop them. Don't get me wrong, I'm always slightly worried about the Tories. There's still people that vote for them, obviously. But Labour is going to get scalped like a frying pan to the face. There we go. Rejoice, comrades! Jim Speakers here. That is what I am expecting to happen to Labour in the elections in May. It's going to be fun. Owen Jones, look at that poll rating. Was your council this... Yeah. Was your council this year, or is your council coming up next year in May, Jim? Either way, who's in control, or is it no overall control? Is it some form of coalition between 2 or 3 different parties? I sincerely hope you're not one of the Reform ones. Might be me. Give me a minute. I will lose the chat off my phone for a minute. Suffolk, isn't it? Suffolk Council? There's Suffolk Coastal there. Lowestoft. Me. Tories. Tories. Mad Scottish woman approves. So it's a Tory administration, so they're in charge. So it's you don't have no overall control. You have control. It's a Tory party. So Matthew Hicks.
1 in 10 or
If you
so
want to
are
look 'em up.
satisfied with how they're doing. By the way, that's about the same as the number who think the Americans faked the moon landing. This is the most unpopular government in recorded history, less popular than other governments have managed after being in power for many years. That is impressive, by the way. You've got to hand it to them. That takes real talent, skill, imagination, ingenuity. They boxed themselves into a corner at the last election by ruling out lots of tax hikes on the rich. And they thought that was so clever at the time. They were like, oh, look at us, we're masterful strategists. Now, what they were going to do now, given the disaster this country's in, is break their stupid election promise and not increasing income tax, however, by hiking the basic.
Go on to my chat, goddamn you. Stupid phone. Rejoice, comrades. It's the Morton. Hi, Morton. I have not, my comrade. Is it in my Discord? I have free reign. I'm a mod over on Kev's one now. And obviously I've got free reign to go into the judiciary as well. So I mostly get everyone to post things into my Discord, which is easier and fairer. Feel free to post it to Kevin and Helena's Discord as well, obviously because they're based individuals. Is it in the Discord? Ah! And chat. Thank you kindly, Morton. The Kevin arrives. Praise be, it's the Morton. Carry on, Owen.
Rather than, for example, doing wealth tax, etc., they realised that would make them even more loath, if that's possible. Let's see what they manage. So their budget due next week.
Okay, I'll go back a few seconds.
So that takes real talent, skill, imagination, ingenuity. They boxed themselves into a corner at the last election by ruling out lots of tax hikes on the rich. And they thought that was so clever at the time. They were like, oh, look at us, we're masterful strategists. Now, what they were going to do now, given the disaster this country's in, is break their stupid election promise and not increasing income tax, however, by hiking the basic rate, rather than, for example, doing wealth tax, etc. They realised that would make them even more loath, if that's possible. Let's see what they manage. So their budget due next week is in ruins. That is why, that's the context for why Labour is now pressing a big red shiny button labelled distract everyone by trying to make them hate foreigners. It is the button disastrous failed governments invariably press when it's all gone to shit. Now, according to Sky News, the clampdown on refugees proposed by this government makes the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, the new hard woman of British politics. Interesting, isn't it? That our media defines a politician as hard and tough if they go after people who are struggling, people who don't have a voice. You see, notice this. Taking tough decisions, according to our politicians and media, never...
Will big red button work? I am doubtful. The least, and I repeat, the least, for better economics policy, obviously go back to Helena's live stream from yesterday that she had with Unlearning Economics. I was there. It was fun. The pair of them are highly intelligent and know what they're talking about. But the least she can do, and it's the easiest fucking one, she can raise capital gains. She can bring it in line with the base rate of income tax. Fucking piss easy. Rachel, can you hear me? I'd get her to raise corporation tax as well, but there's things that I don't quite understand, essentially. But I'd be raising corporation tax on companies that earn over blah amount. I'd say anything over... I'll be nice. Anything over 5 million. then corporation tax. I think it's currently at 1%. Anything above 1 million in profits, and they pay a certain percentage, and I can't remember what percentage it is. Was it 25 or something? I believe. You'll need to go and check. I might check after this video. But I'd be raising corporation tax up to 30 or 35%. Ideally, I'd want corporation tax at 50%. But I'm just a lefty loony. You can't tax the wealth makers. Trickle-down economics and all that other bollocks. Trickle-down economics been proven not to fucking work. All of yous know this. So I would be literally, I'd tax fossil fuel companies out of existence, essentially, and landlords for many, many reasons.
Means taking on the bankers who plunge Britain into disaster. It never means, I don't know, taking on big corporations making shed loads of profits while avoiding tax on the industrial scale. No, it always means punching down, not up. We'll talk about the government's proposals and their lies and their absolutely unbelievable hypocrisy. But I want to be fair here, because it's not true to say they've not won praise. They have won the much coveted Tommy Robinson endorsement. Well played, Labour. That's the far-right thug slash grifter supporting the bank. He's an extremist, of course. He's been imprisoned for multiple offences. So we're clear, he says the Overton window...
You need to hear this in a Scottish accent for many, many reasons. The Overton window has been obliterated. Well done, patriots. Get to fuck. You are scum, and you can fuck off. T. Robinson New Era. That is quite the @ handle that he has got there. Piss off, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, you absolute fucking ballbag. I'm here to make sure that the Overton window moves back to the left. I'm here to counter you, Tommy. I am. Watch this space. Why don't these bastards just fuck off? If they keep on pushing this kind of shit on us, we're just going to fucking rebel at some point, I believe. I know I will.
has been obliterated. Well done, patriots. Now, the Overton window, for those who don't know, means the ideas and policies that are seen as acceptable or mainstream at any given moment in time. What Stephen Yaxley Lennon
The Overton window is the range of ideas on a topic that are politically acceptable to mainstream public at a given time, so basically us. This window is not static. No, it moves. It seems to be moving to the right. I'm trying to stop that and reverse it. It can expand or shrink, shifting the boundary of what is considered politically feasible. The window has 6 categories from unthinkable to policy. Stephen several monikers. Correct, Jim. And different actors like politicians, media, activists work to move it in order to gain support for their ideas. I will show you the simple image of the Overton window. There's the most simple one. What the hell? Because it's on that axis, on the political compass essentially. So there we go. And we're here No, I won't be here. I want radical, obviously.
Whatever his actual name is, means here is that Labour have shifted the political debate in the direction of the far right. And I never thought I'd say it, but he's absolutely right. Nigel Farage tweets, meanwhile, the Home Secretary sounds like a Reform supporter. Well, no wonder the guy's chuffed. As they say, race.
The Home Secretary sounds like a Reform supporter. It's a shame that the Human Rights Act and her run backbenchers mean that this will never happen. Get wrecked, man frog, you absolute stain on fucking political discourse. Absolute stain on fucking humanity, in my opinion. I do not want anything to happen to this man. Just tell him to fuck off. Go away. No violence, my friends. No violence. Feel free to talk to Nigel if you ever see him, obviously. If he comes up to Glasgow, I will try to speak to him. He doesn't usually get a good reception here in Scotland for many reasons. Don't go back to Rose Street, Nigel. It's not worth it for you. That's the street he was on when he was talked to in Edinburgh. It's one of the main, it's mostly pubs and restaurants and cafes and things on Rose Street. It's one of the ones he got waylaid, let's just put it that way. Or was it Royal Mile? It was either Rose Street or the Royal Mile. God, the Tory graph as well. Get to fuck. Can we get rid of these people, please? I'm fed up.
He sounds like a Reform supporter. Well, no wonder the guy's chuffed. As they say, racist Christmas comes round earlier every year. Here's Reform MP Danny Kruger, who is also...
Thanks, darling. Rejoice, comrades. The main mod has come over to help me for a minute. If you have any questions about Operation Paperclip, feel free to come back over. I've read two books. 2 books about Operation Paperclip. It's delightful, and I will say again, warning, fucking Nazis. And your American government. Fun. Praise be, Shanna Cranky Pants. No hate towards Shanna. She is awesome. We love her here. Thank you, darling. Carry on, Owen.
Delighted.
I welcome the rhetoric that the Home Secretary has announced. In fact, I recognise the rhetoric of the Home Secretary today. We have our plan for restoring justice. She's announced a plan to restore order and control. But before she puts in her application to join Reform UK, and I very much welcome her doing so, can I just draw out the difference? Can I draw out the difference?
Bless you, Savannah. Oh, look at you. You get invited to join Nigel Farage's party like all the cool kids. Bet you could only have dreamed of scaling these heights when you got involved in politics. Is this what you got politics for, Savannah? Is this what you always dreamed of achieving?
What you have to remember, she's the MP for a constituency near Kev. I'm sure he will dance a jig. He might even wear a crab suit if she loses her seat at the next general election. Her and Jess Phillips. If I remember correctly, Jess Phillips is in the neighbouring constituency to where our lovely Kevin lives. So I'm sure he'll dance a jig if both of those politicians lose their seats. I don't know what fucking limits. Give me a minute. Let us check her majority. It's probably dog shit. I'm hoping it's dog shit. It's probably somewhere between 10 and 15,000. I believe. Shabana Mahmood. Oh, for fuck's sake. 17th of September, 1980. March 79. So she is younger than me. Delightful, and she's in one of the 4 great offices of state. So that's basically Prime Minister, Chancellor, Home, and Foreign. So Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Shabana Mahmood, and shit, who's Foreign? Jim, who's Foreign Secretary? I can't remember. What's the Birmingham Ladywood? What be her... Her majority's 3,421. Is this... No, he's Justice. I can't remember who Foreign Secretary is. So her majority's 3,421. That turnout is dog shit. 43.7% turnout last year. Shite. I can't remember who the foreign... Give me a minute. I will ask. Go away. Who's the Foreign Secretary? Yvette. It's Yvette now, because she was home. So she got shifted to... Well, so it's still one of the great offices. The ranking for the other cabinet positions is a toss-up. It depends what your own priorities are, essentially, but that's the 4 main offices of state. Prime Minister, Chancellor, Home and Foreign. So yes, Yvette Cooper. Why did I forget that? That's weird that I forgot that it was Yvette Cooper. Mind you, they all could be morphed into one amorphous blob of fucking disgustingness, essentially. Horrible policies, lying, duplicitous bastards, downright racist people. It's fun. I love my government, honestly.
Leaving? Really? Now, I've been sifting through far-right Twitter, so you don't have to. I had a hazmat, so you're handy. Had a good scrub after. Now, the extremists who tweet deport, 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 along with extremely racist statements and ambitions, they're in absolute ecstasy because they think they are now winning the argument. They think this means that even more extreme ideas start to look less extreme. And I'm sorry, but they are right. Now, let's go through some of the proposals and why they're not just cruel, but they're based on lies and they're self-defeating. Now, one proposal briefed by the government to the media was to steal the jewellery of asylum seekers. Well, let's not beat around the bush here, because I know what you're thinking, and it is what lots of people start thinking. They start immediately thinking about the Nazis. That's what they start thinking about. They start thinking about the Nazis. Now, clearly, even Labour decided that going full Nazi was going down like a cup of sick and clarified they would not steal jewellery at the border. What a clarification. But what they're planning is to seize assets. Now, I'm sure...
Blah, blah, we will blah, blah, blah at the border. You should have just said and actually implemented, we will not take anything ever from these people. Correct, Jim. Yes, Nazi vibes. Delightful from our government. You've got to love them. Seriously, how ghoulish do they have to fucking go? I get why the Tories and fucking reform fucking bellends and racists and homophobes and people like that who are in their parties, respectively grassroots members as well, by the way. But but David Cameron brought in gay marriage. I don't care. I really don't care. We should have had it fucking decades ago. That coalition government, and henceforth from 2010, don't get me wrong, it's been fucking crap since I was born. I was born in the March. She became Prime Minister in the May. So since I've been born, neoliberalism right down the line. It has been shit. This is Nazi. Not giving vibes. It's Nazi. You should have just said we have no plans to do this ever. We will not do this at the border. Which signals to me, at least, that they would consider doing it at some point in the future when these people are in the country. Thanks, Shabana. That's amazing. Basically, putting you in the same fucking political position as some dead Austrian and a lot of Germans from the 1930s. Not a good look. I don't like it. I'm a Marxist. I hate fucking Nazis with a fucking passion. Everyone from my age down has been fucked over. The sooner this fucking cabinet realise it, the fucking better, because we're all getting pissed off. We've already had to deal with 14 years of the Tory scumbags, and they're going to make it fucking worse. Delightful. And with Bagul and Caxton House, I'm getting fucking terrified again. I was genuinely scared when Gideon and the IDS were coming after people like me. Thanks, Lib Dems, for giving them fucking tacit support to actually come after the most vulnerable and disabled people in the fucking country. You're scum. Fuck off. There's only so much that the British people can fucking tolerate before we start pushing back. It's already happening with Palestine. And mass arrests of people at demonstrations for doing nothing but holding a sign or a placard saying that we stand with the Palestinians in this ongoing genocide. Crimes against humanity are getting committed here, by the way. And you're arresting doctors, priests, fucking social workers, elderly Church of England ministers who are in their 80s, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Of course, they could go through the extensive share portfolio of Afghan refugees. Maybe they could expropriate one of those Porsches Iranian refugees bring on the small boats. The fact is, this was not briefed because it was practical. They briefed it because they think it appeals to the most sadistic instincts that voters have. What they're going to do with their plans is to put asylum seekers in limbo. So if they get their asylum applications accepted, they will have to wait 20 years until they can apply for permanent residency, with reviews every 2.5 years. So when people complain about a lack of integration, how does this help? How does this help exactly? How does this help integration? Making refugees visitors, constantly waiting to be kicked out for 20 years, for 2 decades, unable to put down roots, make plans, make this place their home? What's that going to mean for integration? I mean, that's what people complain about, isn't it? Why won't people integrate? What's going to happen now then? You know, if they're working, part of a community, they've settled down with a family, they can be uprooted and kicked out If the government decides where they're from has suddenly become a safe country, which is often just complete bullshit, by the way, and transient, but in any case, why? Why, when they've settled here, they've been here for years and made this place their home, why would we want to do that? It could mean that their children could be teenagers, have only known this country, Britain, as their own country, and then be forcibly removed, that is, dragged into a van, incarcerated, and then deported to a country they know nothing about. That's what Labour's planning to do. Now, that will make those people's lives miserable. It will not improve a single person's life here. Indeed, it will cause distress and shock amongst their friends, neighbours, and communities. The former Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, asked the Home Secretary for an assurance that no child would be placed in detention under the policy. And the Home Secretary declined. I think we know what's happening here. Kids are clearly going to be incarcerated.
Rejoice, comrades. Reza has arrived and is completely correct. No one calls it the Second English Civil War. By the way, the first one involved, it wasn't just English, sorry. There was Irish and Scottish people fighting as well. I'll go and get it, Morton, in a second. Resident philosopher. Oh, Christ's sake. Hang on. Give me a minute. I'm fixing my hair. There we go. Rejoice. Double rejoice. I can't give a tuck. Hello. Hello, my sweetie. How goes it? Great to see you in chat. Scotland won. They let off fireworks. We could hear them after the whistle got blown by about five minutes after it. Oh, by the way, that the Scotland beat Denmark 4-2 and go straight into the World Cup next summer. I don't know when it starts, probably about June-ish, roughly. No playoffs for us. We're straight into the World Cup. So Denmark now have to do the playoffs to try to get into the World Cup. Ha! Oh, the link. It's really odd that the national stadium for football, or soccer if you're American, is here in Glasgow, the largest city in Scotland. The main rugby one is in the capital. It's Murrayfield. It's in Edinburgh, other end of the M8. So the football capital is here in Glasgow for reasons. I don't like Hampden. It needs fixed. And it's far too expensive to go to a fucking cup final in it. I've never had to pay to go to Murrayfield. I got a free ticket to go and see a Five Nations match when I was at school. Showing you what age I am there. Fucking amazing. No! Do you want to know something fun? The Danish goalie, the goalie that they had playing, Celtic's goalie. Don't get me wrong, I was happy Scotland scored and we're going straight in, but as a Celtic fan, I'm kind of worried. So that was Celtic's goalie playing for his country. Yeah. Kasper Schmeichel. He is Danish. He is Celtic's goalie. And also Denmark's goalie as well. So, as a Scotland fan, happy 4 goals. Celtic fan, Schmeichel, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, we're straight into the World Cup, so we don't know yet who's going to be in our group. We will find out. Yeah, that's his dad. Yeah, Kasper Schmeichel's the son. He's 39 years old. But yeah, Peter Schmeichel's his dad. Yeah. Family heritage there. I like Peter Schmeichel. He was quite good. He was a decent goalie. But yeah, as a Celtic fan, kind of worried.
As the Labour peer Alf Dubs, who fled Nazi-occupied Czechoslovakia as a Jewish refugee in 1939, puts it, the Home Secretary seeks to use children as a weapon. So when people who have been accepted for asylum suddenly have their asylum rejected, having lived here for years, 15 years or so, the government plans as well to pull any financial support. In practice, this will just mean more people homeless. It'll mean more people rough sleeping, more people being exploited, more people turning to crime. Is that going to make this country a better place? Is that going to answer?
Oh, very good questions. We need to ask the Home Secretary. Laura Kay, can you hear me? Vicky Derbyshire, can you hear me? Fuck it, Nick Wotton, Newsnight, can you hear me? Christ, even if you get her onto bloody question time, Fiona Bruce, can you hear me? You need to be asking these politicians these things. Mostly it would be go back. I can't lift it off my phone and put it onto my Laura Kay County Journal, so if I like dependent on it. Well said, Reza. Where is it? Oh my god. Ah. All right. Oh, no, damn it. Give me a minute. Where am I?
To people's anger and resentment about people arriving in this country? How? You see, here's the point. Here's the point. This is all based on lies. Shabana Mahmood says, we have become the destination of choice in Europe, clearly visible to every people smuggler and would-be illegal immigrant around across the world. She says the UK has become the golden ticket for asylum seekers. She is lying through her teeth. There were more than twice as many asylum as many in Italy, Spain, France.
I'll get back to you in a minute, Owen. Didn't it? Oh, God. You're annoying me. Don't show again. Dismiss. Go away. What the? Don't show again. Dismiss. Thank you. Christ on me. Ha!
Quiet. Okay? Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls? I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really, what did he mean when he spent all the time with Bill Clinton, with the president of Harvard, you know, that is Summers, Larry Summers, whatever his name is, and all of the other people that he spent time with. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years.
That's a lie.
But he also saw a strike because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos to himself. Give me a break. You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan shares. Sir, yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Incriminating in the file, sir. Quiet.
He urged Republicans in the House to vote to release documents related to convicted, basically release the Epstein files. Shut up, piggy. Thank you, I can't give a duck. Very much appreciated, my comrade. Oh, I've been wanting to say something to you. When I was over for the conference earlier, like in October, seemed to be a lot of building happening in Edinburgh, in the main city centre. Like, a lot of scaffolding everywhere. Just thought that was a bit curious. Don't get me wrong, there's parts here in Glasgow, there's lots of buildings getting maintained and upgraded. Lots of these are lots of them are grade A, I know this. Some of them are like Victorian and Edwardian buildings and stuff. Same here in Glasgow, obviously. Empire money, fun! So all these buildings need updating and restoration or preservation, essentially. They're still getting used, obviously. And there's new buildings going up in Glasgow City Centre as well. It's happening a lot in Aberdeen. I was talking to my uncle about it last month. So he lives just outside Aberdeen, and it's happening there as well. He's noticing quite a lot of scaffolding. How do I know that? He's a builder, and he works with scaffolding companies. Is it as mental as Edinburgh? No, it isn't. Edinburgh seems to be ramping their restoration and maintenance schedule up for the buildings. $500,000! What the fuck, Edinburgh? That is mental. Like, you can get a decent house here, like a two, 3-bedroom house. Not the West End, that's where your $500,000 prices are, essentially. But you can get one like at Annie's Land or in St George's, or Great Western Road and St George's Crosses, things of places like that, like 2-3 bedroom, basically sandstone tenements, for like between 280 and 400, maybe 420, 400,000. So most of them are between 280 and 350,000. Not the West End, not Partick, not Byres Road or Downhill or things like that. They're all over 500,000. Ah, sweet. I say 420 because there's a flat on Renfield Street above basically a Turkish kebab shop, restaurant. And it was going for 420, and it was three bedrooms, large living room and dining room off the kitchen. Super hubby wasn't happy about the living room and the kitchen, basically the one big space, but I managed to get him around. The dining room where people sit down to eat has a door to it. Oh God, it's been years since I've had a chicken doner. My lovely MB sweetie, my niece up in Perth, their doner all the way. They put doner meat on a pizza, and I just look at them. What are you doing, darling? Pepperoni or chicken on a pizza, not doner meat. And they just look at me. Auntie Katie, you are wrong. Doner meat on pizza rocks. Nope, no it doesn't. Don't get me wrong, I like doner meat.
Detected irregular arrivals are significantly higher in all of those countries, except for France. We don't know what those figures are because they don't publish them. Just for population, and the UK sits 17th on the table of its former EU partners for asylum applications. We're in the bottom half. Jabana Mahmood denounces how divisive asylum has become in our country when it's the sorts of myths and deceit that she's peddling that's fueling the fury. And also know this, there's about 120 million people who've been violently driven from their homes.
I quite like that. That's good. That's good.
The majority of those people stay in their own country. The minority of those who leave their own country overwhelmingly stay in neighbouring countries. It's often the poorest countries on earth, and countries which are much poorer than our own.
Poorer, more authoritarian. Case in point, Afghanistan. Or was it Afghanistan? I'm sorry. I butcher Pashto, even though I know some Pashto and Urdu speakers here in Glasgow. It's Afghanistan to me. Sorry. Musselburgh. Tranent, Edinburgh, or Aldrickie if you wish. Correct, Reza. If you need any more pronunciation for places here in Scotland, especially ones on the East Coast, because us Picts are mental and we make things kind of difficult depending on what part of the East Coast of Scotland you came from. Perth, my home city, where I was born and brought up, you could tell it was Pictish because the name of the place begins with a P. So all the ones in like the Kingdom of Five, parts of Perthshire, parts of Edinburgh, Lothian, up just past Pitlochry, Pictish settlement. So anything that begins with a P or is near either a river or a loch or near the coast is usually Pictish, more than likely Pictish. It is fun. It's Gaelic names down here on the west coast of Scotland. So it's Pictish and some. The Danelaw did get into Scotland, by the way, a little bit.
which have to do the most to look after refugees. The tiny proportion that end up in Britain are often those who speak English, people who have family ties, community ties. I know that because I've interviewed
ones who were translators and guides for us when we were in Afghanistan. When we were leaving Afghanistan, we should have just said, get on this transport, we are getting you out of here, because if they left them in the country, they've just left a big fuck off target on their backs, because the Taliban would go, they've already done this. They went after people who were translators and guides and people who were assisting the British and American troops in Afghanistan. Quite a lot of them have been societally cleansed, if you put it that way, state-sanctioned murder, essentially. You helped foreign invader, blah, 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 and now they're no longer with us. So what we should have done for anyone and all their families who helped us in Afghanistan and Iraq, get on this plane, get on this truck. We can get you out of country. We can help you get settled in the UK. But we left some of them in these countries to be basically murdered. Those people's bloods and those families are on British hands, or the British state's hands, the British government. So no, fuck yes, you should have just brought them with us, because they helped us while we were trying to fix their country, if you want to put it like that. Shouldn't have been in there in the first place. That was the third time in history that the British had been there. You think we would have learned a lesson, Larry? Apparently we didn't. I would have just got those people out of Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria as well, and Palestine. All the ones who have been down, especially in Afghanistan and Iraq, just get them out, because they gave us material help and assistance. Truly disgusting, really. I hate my government. No problem, Morton. I'll get to after
those refugees. I've interviewed, for example, the Afghan teenager whose father was shot dead by the Taliban. He spoke perfect English. You know, I mean, Afghanistan, remember that country? It's a country we've been involved in a terrible way, by the way, since the 19th century. And you know, we backed the Mujahideen as they waged their jihad against the Soviets in the 1980s. Didn't end up very well, that one, did it? And then we were involved in a 2-decade-long armed conflict, which ended disastrously. And we just, you know, that's the second highest source of asylum seekers, Afghanistan. What? And now we just pretend that's got nothing to do with us, do we? You know, I mean, you know, I've interviewed Darfuris who've watched their, you know, fellow villagers burn to death, and, you know, terrible traumas like that. You know, these are examples of people who they have people who live here, community ties, they speak English, they can be part of society. That's why they come here. They don't speak French, they don't speak Italian, they don't speak German. And that's why you get that tiny proportion, a tiny slither of the world's displaced population coming here. These are the facts. That this government is not interested in the facts. Seriously, wait for this part. According to the New Statesman, this isn't us tacking towards public opinion. We really believe it, says one Mahmood ally, echoing Tony Blair's old line about public service reform. As the child of migrant parents, they say, the Home Secretary has an authentic outrage over illegal migration. Oh, really? Is that so? Let's just listen to Shabana Mahmood a few years ago.
No specific plans regarding amnesty for undocumented workers. Myself personally, as a Labour backbench member of Parliament, I do support a general amnesty for all people who are already in the country, so they can regularise their status and start playing a full part in British society. But that will have to be alongside other documentation measures as well. That is not official Labour Party policy yet, but myself and a group of other Labour MPs are continuing to make the argument.
So just to be clear now, there she is saying she's calling for, indeed lobbying for, a general amnesty. A general amnesty of people who arrived here through irregular routes, the people she now describes as illegal migrants. Back then she was rightly using the term undocumented workers rather than illegal migrants. So if it's true as her allies are briefing to the New Statesman and other publications, that her heritage as the child of migrant parents causes her to have authentic outrage over illegal migration. Why was she campaigning for an amnesty of undocumented people, illegal migrants, a few years ago? Why didn't she feel that outrage back then? When did this outrage, based on her family history, suddenly manifest and appear? Exactly. When exactly? And why? I'll tell you what's actually happening here. Shabana Mahmood, you see, like her colleagues on the Labour front bench.
I can't be a racist. I have a headdress. Doesn't work like that. She was Reza, obviously. You have to remember, everyone, these people are politicians after all. Can I be classed as a politician? Maybe. I do advocate for policies. No pressure whatsoever. Donate if you can. That is a link to my throne. Again, no pressure. If anyone's got any suggestions for things that might actually make this stream look better or get my perfect setup or anything, put it in suggestions. People who are on Throne or join on to Throne and suggest things for this thing that streams. Feel free to put suggestions in as well, and look at the ones that I've put in for myself. Again, no pressure. Even if you've just got things, oh no, don't do this one might be better for your stream or whatever, for whatever. There's 3 things on my throne, by the way.
Doesn't actually believe in anything. Nothing tangible, nothing meaningful, except power for its own sake. This is the same Jabal Mahmood who went to pro-Palestinian rallies shouting about Palestine being free, and now is in charge of the law which locks up elderly people holding placards opposing genocide. There is no principle. There is no belief. There is no group of people, however vulnerable, that Labour politicians will not throw under a bus in order to stay in power for its own sake. That's why her leader, Keir Starmer, campaigned for free movement when he was standing to be leader of the Labour Party after the votes of Labour members. At the time, he denounced the hostile environment for migrants and reprimanded his...
Those 2, I don't think those 2 are 2. I've got 2 here. I've got 5 here already. So there's 2 that I will literally discount, that they won't, they've already said as much. So Mel Stride and Cleverly, they will never join. Pretty, Suella, Robert J, Chris Philp the twat, and not Trot. She was on Question Time when our Queen Ash was on. I can fucking see her. It's not Laura Trott. Can someone go and check that for me? Would he rather be leader of the dead party? Quite possibly, Jim. Quite possibly. Bad, Reza. Bad. Naughty. Naughty comrade. God. I would just say if that ever fucking happens, it's either I'm getting my shovel and digging the ditch myself, or just was it Laura Trott? I'll need to go and find it. For Tories, don't get me wrong, many problems with Mel Stride, but he's not as lunatic as some of the other ones in the Shadow Cabinet. James Cleverly just looks fucking knackered. James, just leave. Go away and do your. I don't know if you're. He doesn't seem like he's Tyranids. As I think it's dead. Reza, it's dead. It's already sunk, as far as I'm concerned. They're looking to get fucking wiped out. Rejoice. No more Murdo Fraser to deal with. Yes, bring it on. That man is a fucking wanker. He is intelligent. I believe he's intelligent, but he's still a fucking Tory and he's evil. So, no. Fuck off, Murdo. You can get wrecked. You do have a point there. It was some of them were very reluctant to leave a certain Austrian, to put it this way. It wasn't until certain things started happening out in the field, in the actual battles and fighting and stuff, and things happening in the upper echelons, like literally in the Reich itself, that someone was thinking, oops, it appears I have made a mistake. Of course you fucking did. You're still a fucking Nazi, but that man was going to lose his fucking mind anyway. With or without Parkinson's, so yeah. Get right. Nazis, you will always get your comeuppance. So she is. Fucking terrifying. Yeah. Gah. I can't find him,
for being
Morton.
a bit scared of making the positive case for immigration for quite a number of years. He was actually criticising Corbyn's leadership there for not being pro-migrant enough. And then he ends up as Labour leader, raiding the language of Enoch Powell.
Repeat after me. I'll do this one first. Repeat after me. Keir Starmer is a massive fucking hypocrite. He's also a massive fucking liar. We know this. So much evidence for it. So much evidence. I don't know what's worse. Massive hypocrite or massive liar. They're both bad in certain ways. Depends what you're being hypocritical about, of course. His grandson is the main one who is running Palantir here in the UK. He's been on Laura Kay on the panel. Endlessly delightful. Why can't we get rid of that fucking bastard family? Seriously, just tell them to fuck off. We don't need to see or hear from you. Your grandfather was a literal fucking fascist.
Talking about Britain becoming an island of strangers and declaring that the damage immigration has done to our country is incalculable. These people believe in nothing, zero, zilch, except power for its own sake and all its trappings. That's why they were lapping up all those...
Well said, Owen. Well said. It was either 3 or 4 great families. The one with Belgian ancestry, and another either 2 or 3 with German ancestry, like the Mitfords, and a couple of them, the von Stauffenberg. Oh God, I can see him. He was a fucking admiral. I need super happy for this one. Donuts. They all had family links, literal marriages and blood relatives. They were all connected to German aristocracy, essentially Prussians. A lot of them are basically related quite close, well, not fairly closely, let's put it that way. Jessica and Nancy were quite decent, yeah. I can't remember what one was an actual Marxist. I want to say Jess, I really do. Donuts. Yeah, Admiral Donut. Was it Jessica? I thought it was Jessica. I'll type in chat. Donuts. There we go. Donuts. He was an admiral in the Reich Admiralty. Really good naval tactician back in the day. And we're talking about best part of a century ago. Definitely over 80 years ago, because he was an admiral during the fucking Second World War. Was Jessica the communist? Sweet. Nice one! Reza, if you can, post links, especially YouTube's videos, because I'm lazy as fuck. I was going to do all the ones of that nature. I need to start doing better research and bring people in, bringing to like people who were actual communists during, like, in the run up to either just before the first, then between war years and the second, and slightly after the Second World War, like communists and stuff who fought during the first October Revolution, then onwards to what was happening in Germany in the 20s and 30s, and just slightly after the Second World War. Fascinating doesn't describe it enough, Jim. Seriously, it doesn't. It is a wealth of information that we all need now, because, fun fact, fascists are back. Well, fascists never really leave. They just kind of get cowed a bit and slink off into the shadows, doing the various little things, essentially. Then when they see the opportune moment, they come back. Then we have to fucking deal with the bastards again. And as always, we will put them down. We will scalp the bastards. Just tell them to fuck off. They do indeed hide in the dark until they feel safe. They did, and I've seen it, Reza.
Freebies from those rich donors. That's what they're after. With that in mind, thank goodness for Zach Polanski, leader of the Surgeon Green Pie, who took on this shameful bullshit last night on Newsnight.
Every single Labour MP needs to look to their conscience.
Why?
The interview we just heard, you said it yourself.
Look to their conscience. Help! I think Ed has a conscience. I think he's very or mostly decent. But he gets getting kneecapped by Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves. Ed, just fucking leave, my dude. Some of your policies are actually in line with this fucking amazing individual. Brilliant, isn't it? He is amazing. Ross is more... He's a little bit louder, let's just put it that way. He is brilliant. He also he does speak in soft tones for whatever topic is, for some topics, obviously. But when he's doing like his little shorts or doing campaign messaging for things... Proud Scottish man, we have to be heard, obviously. Gillian's more soft-spoken most of the time, but she's from Central Scotland. She will be heard, obviously. And I will be heard, because I'm a shouty Scottish woman. You will hear me.
question was, you never told anyone when they voted they were voting for this. This is extreme, this is inhumane, and it is a government of cowards. Rather than take on the powerful, because the issue here is not immigration, it's inequality. They went for pensioners, they went for the disabled, and now they're going for people who are fleeing war and conflict. I am furious. So many people are furious because this is a totally unconscionable way to deal with things.
I will give you one thing, Reza, for this, for her alone. She wasn't in the coalition government. She didn't get voted in until 2015. So she came in after they got fucking decimated, and her leader was Tim Farron. That's when she came into the parliament, so she's been there for about a decade, I believe. Oh, she was either 2015 or 2017. Nice try there, Theresa. You lost your fucking majority, you stupid bitch. For the World Cup, it should be happening in either between January and between December and January, so in the next sort of month to 2 months. I've talked to boomers. I've talked. My mum doesn't really do politics. My stepdad does, and a couple of my older family members and friends up in Perth and here in Glasgow. I've asked them, how's this meant to maintain or hold up? You tell me. I'm 26 years older than you and I still don't fucking understand it. I voted in so many fucking general elections and it still doesn't make sense. Democracy, yay. Apparently it works here in the mother of parliaments. I need evidence for that. Yes, Jim. Yes. How do we... Fucking hell. That's a deep philosophical question. Scrubby, my resident philosopher comrade, are you still here? How does our political institute still stand? Don't get me wrong, it has been challenged on many fucking different occasions, and it's still fucking survived. Make it make sense.
How dare the minister say we're an open, tolerant country? How dare she come tonight to Newsnight and talk about compassion at the same time they're talking about seizing people's assets? I am a child of Jewish ancestry. I am Jewish. We have seen this with Nazi Germany. We are seeing it in 2025. This government need to hang their heads in shame.
He's absolutely spot on. Labour are cowards. They're wimps. They're kicking pensioners and disabled people and asylum seekers because they're too scared to take on the powerful. There is nothing strong about going after those whose lives are already hard. Real courage is taking on the powerful, the people with money and resources and a platform to fight you back. And they're scared of Nigel Farage, who uses migrant bashing as a smokescreen for policies which would favour millionaires like him and the other millionaires running Reform UK. Now, in the latest YouGov poll, the Green Party are up 2 points on 17%, about 3 times as much as they won in the general election last year, where they came second behind Labour in 39 seats. They're drawing equal with the Tories, and they are just 2 points behind the Labour Party. Listen to this, by the way, with that context, from Channel 4's Krishnan Guru-Murthy interviewing Labour MP Mike Tapp.
It's actually a real admission that your bigger project has failed. You know, the truth is that you could stop all the illegal immigrants, you could deport 1 million people, and Britain would still be unequal, poor in places, lacking in opportunity, divided, all the things that are causing so much disgruntlement at the moment and the blaming of migrant communities.
Not at all. There's a valid concern around lack of integration and lack of contribution from some that are here. So we've got to...
I might upset him a little bit if I get too animated, especially when I'm dealing with fucking idiots and clueless bastards and outright liars and racists and ableist pieces of shit. My upstairs neighbour is Iraqi. He was one of the lucky few with his family who got out. He got helped taken out of Iraq after we left. After we fucked up. Iraq is still fucked up, by the way. I check every couple of months to see how it's going, and it's still not good for the average Iraqi. Delightful, alhamdulillah. He has asked me politely, please just reduce your own volume because you do get a bit loud. I do apologise, sorry. So I can still raise my voice and get pissed off. So he's in the Home Office. Yeah, he'd be in the Home Office. So his boss is Shabana. Delightful. I hate them all. Can I just have my independence, please? I want my country. Thanks.
Make sure that that's rectified. If we rectify that, then people will stop blaming others. But of course, there's a lot to do on the economy, on the cost of living, on the NHS, on policing, and we're working.
Not Guy Fawkes, John Johnson. Stupid fucking, why did he do that? That was a Scottish king, by the way, he was trying to blow up. Oh, we need to remember harder. You wouldn't even need that much. I'm not going to say that. That was Christ, nearly went TOS there. We can talk about that on Discord. I have experts at hand I can talk to about that stuff. One, IRL. Katie does not condone. Please, no violence. I beg of you all. I like my platform here and being able to talk to you lovely human beings and comrades of mine and friends. Thanks. No violence. I beg of you all. Rhetoric online. As it currently stands, we can still do our rhetoric. Then when they start going into thought police mode, I will be a good girl, obviously. I'm a law-abiding British citizen, and I obey all the laws. I have read far too much alternative history, mostly about changing things. They're still the same sort of individual, be it Guy Fawkes, fucking Julius Caesar, Napoleon, whoever, fucking George Washington. So I've read lots of alternative history if they'd made blah decision about blah thing. I haven't read any sort of slash fic. One of my friends here in Glasgow is one of my friends here that I see IRL at least 3 or 4 times a month. So I will be meeting up with them just before Christmas, usually in the run up to like the 21st to the 23rd of December, so just before Christmas Eve essentially, and we go out for either some snacks and a couple of pints, a couple of cocktails. Do you like slash fic? A bisexual woman, by the way. She is delightfully insane, just like me. Oh, that is an entire fucking stream.
Hard on all fronts.
I mean, if you were providing good public services and economic opportunity and more equality, people wouldn't be pointing the finger at immigrants, would they?
Look, there's no doubt that we've inherited an absolute mess. The public services were on their knees. The NHS was ruined. The buses weren't.
Give them more fucking money, Mike. That might work. Just an idea. Rachel, can you fucking hear me? Literally fund social expenditure in the actual capital investment in this fucking country. Public money to do thing. There is lots of things you could be doing, Rachel. Trust me on that one. With this one, being people sort of being no sort of. He does indeed. Well said, Scribby. We'll finish this video and I've got a present for you.
Running, there's not enough police on the streets. We're already making progress on all three of those issues and more, and we're going to go further. It's only a year and a half into.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Trust me on that. Interesting, isn't it, Jim? Interesting. No, you're not. You're not. Trust me. No way, shape or form. Us here on the ground. Intelligent people like myself with far too much free time on our hands. I can do lots of research. I go into Hansard's on a weekly basis, usually 2 or 3 times a week. My mind gets destroyed by reading Hansard's. Please, if anyone wants to know anything that gets said in the House of Commons or the House of Lords, just come to me. I check Hansard's at least twice a week. It is dry as fuck. But knowing what they actually say, and you can hold them to what they say in the fucking chamber, honestly, they are our elected representatives. They're meant to answer to us, their constituents, apparently. So anything that they say in the chamber gets recorded in Hansard's and we can get to it. We can actually check what they say. And what legislation gets passed, obviously. You cannot pull the wool over our eyes now, Mr. Tapp. Thank you.
Our first term of our, hopefully, decade of national renewal.
And what do you say to your colleagues and the Green Party who say this is cruel and racist?
Oh, well, it's certainly not.
It is.
Well, the question's there.
Yes, it is.
Bashing refugees won't do anything to lift a single person out of poverty, or stop exploitation of workers by their bosses, or fix the public utilities our government's flogged off to profiteers so they could become cash cows for shareholders rather than running the interests of the people of this country. The government can't, or more specifically,
delightfully ironic,
fix
isn't it,
people's actual
Reza?
problems. So they're resorting to bashing foreigners because they have only fear rather than hope on offer. Now, I personally think those sorts of questions being asked there by Channel 4 wouldn't be asked if it wasn't for the Greens surging. That is shifting the Overton window. That is the ideas and policies that are seen as mainstream or acceptable at any given time. To anyone still supporting Labour, I ask you this. What is your red line? What's your limit? They've kicked pensioners, they've kicked disabled people, and now they're kicking people fleeing violence, persecution, and dictatorship. They refused to tax the booming wealthy properly, leaving this country in a mess because they're in the pockets of wealthy elites. The one thing they were supposed to do was be competent, the grown-ups in the room, we were told. Remember all that? But they've been a chaotic mess, constant U-turns and crises, and a lack of any direction whatsoever.
Have fun,
Now they're going to try and blackmail you by saying unless they adopt reforms policies, reform will come to power. Does that make any moral or logical sense to you? We must become reform to stop reform? Consider the fact that across Europe, mainstream political parties have tried this over and over again. They raid the rhetoric and policies of anti-migrant parties. All they achieved was legitimizing those parties and boosting their support, shifting the conversation exactly onto the territory they wanted. The truth is, this government's toast. Without an alternative that actually answers people's problems, we are going to end up with Nigel Farage at number 10. Now, the Greens are saying we can make hope normal again. We can actually take on the powerful rather than attack those whose lives are already so hard. Do we really think we have to settle for despair, fear, and decline forever? I actually think this country's got so much talent, so many resources, so much potential, and I actually think we deserve so much better than this. Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts and your comments. Help us take on this dire media landscape, which has, for a start, fed people with hatred and lies about refugees and migrants for so many years. That's why we're in this mess, rather than actually building a different sort of society. You make it all possible. Patreon.com/OwenJazz84. I keep saying I'm finishing my book, The Fall of the West. When I do that, I can focus on my videos. But yes, thank you for making all this possible. And we're reaching millions every month because of you. Share the video. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Help me, Zach Pulaski. You're my only hope. Special place in my heart for our lovely 41-year-old twink. I don't know how he still looks like. He still looks young. Oh, and I'm so fucking jealous of you, you bastard. Where are we? Scrubby. I need my Scrubby. I'll do this one first.
Sometimes life gives you lemons and you make lemonade. And sometimes life gives you Nazis. And you depose them before they form a radical death called ethno state. Have a glorious day.
What?
Hi, my name is Keir Starmer. Hi, my name is Keir Starmer. Hi, kids. Do you like protests? Hold a Palestine sign and prisons where you'll go next. While I strive to make Britain more oppressed, I turned a blind eye to genocide. It's grotesque. Compassion can wait. I'll give in to hate. I'm trying to beat Nigel by acting like his best mate. And Farage says, thanks for the free press, but if you don't want me next, perhaps we should agree less. Mistakes always trending from deputy's job, ending to spending time defending a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm less keen on helping you than trying to get mean. I'm more underwhelming than an impotent sex scene. Thames Water, not nationalised. Northern Powerhouse Rail, not realised. Child benefit cap, not lifted. Pensioners' winter fuel cut, inflicted. I took cash from the old. I must have been crazy, just like I stole this track from Slim Shady at my...
Correct, Scrubby. Scrubby, do you think he writes some of his speeches himself? I believe he probably writes parts of it, but he probably gets other people to help him write it as well. At least one or two. You're more than welcome to join us. I can set up a Google Meet if you want to come jump onto the stream, Jim. I'd love to talk to you. It'd be amazing. Obviously, I do talk to you here as well through chat.
Of own gold, there's just no saving. That's why I leave you cold like old ladies. Taxing the rich might be your wish, but making life fairer ain't on my list. I turn the tables, attack the disabled. Is that what Labour voters wanted to enable? They didn't vote for me. They voted not Conservative. My huge majority could deliver an alternative.
Have to remember, he didn't win. The Tories lost. There's a huge fucking difference, especially in our electoral system, because, please remember, first past the post is fucking garbage. I want rid of it. The one up here for Holyrood is marginally better. In some ways, kind of better, because if you've got some political knowledge on how to do your voting, you can make sure that all the fucking ghoulish parties do not get too many people. Obviously, the haunt system, the way it works and stuff. I'm scared for it. Any reform people being in Holyrood. I will be. I'll need to start watching First Minister's questions if any of them actually get in. That's going to be endlessly fucking infuriating to me. I will say again, I don't want any of them in Holyrood. They can all fuck off. Thomas Kerr, can you hear me? It's bad enough you're a fucking councillor here in Glasgow. Just go away.
What an uninspiring mess. This is my most famous message is the return of the sausages. And I confess what impresses even less. I'm relying on AI to fix the NHS. The fact I love AI shouldn't be a shock to you. It's just like me, inauthentic and unpopular. Back once again, I'm the chat GPM. Talking like a robot, not having any friends. If I can't amend our country's current trend, Farage in charge is the way the story ends. Nothing changes, just more pain. It's clear that to blame is Keir Starmer. Nothing changes, just more pain. It's clear that to blame is Keir Starmer.
Yeah. Jim, what's Suffolk like? I am assuming coastal and the tourist money is probably quite big. There are lots of like hotel B&Bs and stuff. It's quite racist, what the fuck? Please tell me there is decent people down there. Obviously there is you. Yeah, it sucks. Dear God. Right, don't get me wrong about this. There is garbage Glaswegians. Trust me, there's garbage Scottish people. Glasgow on the whole is Glaswegians. The people here are mostly decent. We're just trying to live our lives. There's good ones. Oh, there's that twat everywhere, obviously. You cannot avoid them, unfortunately. Sometimes they do get bred into existence. Social conditions and everything, upbringing, all that sort of nurture side of things. Depends on your parents, depends on your social background, things of that nature. Oh, fuck. I'm sure there's people we can reach out to in all of our communities here in our different cities, towns, villages, blah, blah, blah. We can reach some of the people and actually say to them, yeah, that's not correct. Here is the information. Alright, I didn't know that. Why didn't they say that? Political reasons, because they're lying duplicitous bastards. They should be telling the good things. Why would they do that? They want to do this horrible batshit fucking crazy policy. They don't want any of the good things that actually counter what their policy is. Being able to explain that to people, always good. Oh. Your lass will be back. Oh, dear God. Scrubby, I'll get that when I come back. Two minutes, please. He might have been sneaky with. I'm reluctant to use the word duplicitous with Cicero because I'm such a fangirl of him. Obviously, don't get me wrong, he was still fucking Roman. But yeah, you're completely correct. I'm not entirely sure of what Manfrog has read, but Boris definitely has with his degree. Obviously. He has. He knows this. He has literally quoted fucking 5 or 6 Roman emperors when he was our prime minister. So fuck yeah, he knows about Cicero. Obviously, he would have learned about Cicero quite in depth during his degree. So Manfrog, because of the same sort of private education route that he went through. Obviously, he would know about the great philosophers, Marcus Aurelius, Cicero, maybe Tacitus as well. probably Gorgias, Plato, and Socrates, and blah 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 blah. All those ones. Oh, not that one again. Fuck. They do not need to keep showing that one. BBC, what the fuck are you doing? You do not need to keep giving that man fucking any sort of airtime whatsoever, even if it's on catch up. Just fuck off.
It's so much harder to remain a decent human when you have to call a person they. So hurry up, no time to waste. It would be best if we just burn them at the stake. Then you'd be freed from that feminist stare and at peace with your traditional family. Oh, what a world it could be when you don't have to fear. Those are for independent girls and nasty evil gays, abandoned in the kitchen, dancing in a pink parade. Louder than they should be, shouting horrible profanities like we won't live in chains. We won't be erased. Those independent girls and nasty evil gays. Listen up now. Big mouth little boys, so afraid to lose your toys. Call us weak, you wouldn't last a minute in these heels. Flex your muscles, hide your tears. You call that masculinity? Open up, we'll set you free. Or just fuck off and let us be. Independent girls and nasty evil gays, abandoned in the kitchen, dancing in a pink parade. Louder than they should be, shouting horrible profanities like we won't live in chains. We won't be erased. Those independent girls and nasty evil gays. Nasty evil, nasty evil, nasty evil, nasty evil, nasty evil, nasty evil gays.
Go and do it. I've already checked him out. Where did I see this the first time? Oh, Red Rust. He played the video when he was playing Fortnite last week at some point. That's how I found this song. It was from Red Rust. Oh, fuck it. Shout out to my comrade, to my lovely friend. The hell? I demand you all go and follow Red Rust. Now. Do it. Do it. Red Rust is really good. He's AdCom, by the way. He doesn't really talk about politics. He makes it a nice Save Chill Space with, if anyone knows Rocksmith, he's got bass guitar and he's also got lead guitar and stuff. He's been doing it for years, Scribby. We all know this. Super Hubby hates him as well, but I've asked him before, what do you think of his rhetoric? Oh no, he knows what they say and stuff. He's still a lying duplicitous snake. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could fucking throw, and he's still a unionist. Me and Super Hubby agree on one thing. We agree on things. This is the main thing: independence. We want our country. Westminster can fuck off. Sorry. I really shouldn't apologise for that, really. I'm fed up. I'm literally fucking fed up. I'm sure there is at least not a non-zero number of politicians, MPs who are in the House of Commons who are actually decent humans. The vast majority of them aren't decent, and some of them are not acting like they're decent human beings, including Manfrog. He can go and get fucked. I despise the bastard so much. Much little. Fuck it, Femi, take it away.
Morning, people. Welcome back to F Politics. Today is another lesson in whether or not black and brown.
Yeah. We all know that's bollocks. Oh, so much better. Oh, praise be Super Hubby and all the deities. He went and ordered a footstool, which I am currently using. It is under my desk, supporting my rather fucked up feet and ankles. It is working well. It is not too squishy. It is slightly squishy, but still got some firmness to it, so it is giving me support and comfort. Taking the pressure off my badly swollen right foot and my left foot, which is kind of stiff. Not much pain in the left foot, to be honest. Lots of pain in the right, hence me drinking Stella. Do not worry about your lass. If you see me drinking on the stream, I'm fine, honestly. What the? I have not heard of that game, Vendiel. Honestly. Okay. Femi. Carry on.
Brown people can be racist and xenophobic, because Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood announced the UK government's new policy on refugees, and she was called out by a Lib Dem MP, and it went like this.
But what is not helpful is the Home Secretary claiming that the country is being torn apart.
We can move off from Femi if you want. I just thought it might have been interesting to hear what he says. I will actually read that out. I should actually cover some of these people. Don't get me. I've got problems with Aristotle and Socrates and Plato and Gorgias, and I do have. There's a place in my heart for Diogenes for many reasons. The man was a fucking lunatic. As Aristotle wrote from The Art of Rhetoric, rhetoric gives great assistance to speeches, for one thing, through the stupidity of the listeners, for they are delighted if someone, in generalizing, should arrive at opinions that they hold in the particular case. Yeah, the cynic. Don't worry about it, Jim. Seriously. I make mistakes when I'm typing as well in chats and for streamers and shows. Correct, Scrubby. Correct. Yeah. Does anyone, excuse me, would anyone like me to read this so we can just have a collective laugh at them realising, oh my god, Donald Trump is an absolute fucking blowback. Yeah, we've been telling you that for fucking decades. It's quite fun seeing some of them actually do this. It's quite funny. I have already pre-read this, by the way. Right, refreshment. Oh, slight cleanse. Healing Coup mouse mat. Healing Coup coaster. Flexible fabric. Healing Coup Stream Guardian that sits next to laptop. I like Healing Coups. Who'd have thunk it? As we've reported, Trump has hemorrhaged support from his base recently. Good. And for more than one reason. In response to all that, MAGA supporters are supposedly burning their red MAGA hats. Yeah, I agree, Reza. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, lol.
All right, so this is a Trump 2020 hat. And if you're just going to be owned by the Jews and go against everybody that actually is America first and cover for pedophiles, then you can fuck off, Trump. You're losing people quick. What else do we got? We got some hoodies.
We're burning those in the big fire.
Oh, we're going to put those in the big fire?
Yeah, those are two polyester.
We've got a Ultra MAGA shirt. We've got tons of flags. We got way more hats.
We don't have the flags anymore. I threw those away.
Oh, you threw the flags away already? Good. Oh, yeah. There's some good kindling.
Yeah,
these are from The very first Trump rally we ever went to in 17 when he came to Topeka, Kansas, and did a rally for Chris Kobach. Throw him in there. Piece of shit. Have a good life with all your Jew owners.
Some from 2020, some from 2016.
Fuck you!
You sure as fuck aren't making America proud right now. And for the record, we stand with MTG and Massey.
Is there really a wave of heartburnings though? Or is it all just hot air? Well, technically that one that we just saw, it technically is hot air because they're... Correct, Jim. And Reza. Correct. I don't know who Keith Edwards is. Breaking. MAGA supporters are burning their hats after Trump attacked Marjorie Taylor Greene for pushing to release the Epstein files. Oh, I know who this was. Brian Krasenstein. MAGA is now burning MAGA hats after Trump's Epstein response today. Correct, Jim. I'm not banned as far as I can tell, really. Not that I'd go in anyway. We should note that not every image appears to be new or real. The cover image we used, for instance, came from this post. I'm Breck Worsham. People are posting this all over social media. What a sad end to something we all worked so hard for. I never thought it would end this way. I did. Just saying. Whoa. Oh, it's a muggle of just tweets. I didn't give him money. My stepdad bought that book. I have read it. James O'Brien can get fucked. Oh no, you're correct. That's the title of the first one. Yeah. Fuck it.
What we want is for someone to unashamedly and single-mindedly advocate for Americans and Americans only. We want someone to say, you know, the only thing I care about is helping Americans. The only people I care about in the world are Americans. And we don't want to just hear that, but we want to see the action taken as well. You know, I've seen some people on social media say, hey, it's America first, but not America only.
Define American, Matt. I dare you. Define American. Can you? I don't think you can, really. Just saying.
I disagree. I think it is America only. It's like I said months ago, I consider myself an American chauvinist. America first, America only, I'm an American chauvinist. I don't care about it. This is the only thing I care about. America should be the only thing you care about, especially as a leader of the country.
Oh, I feel like Donald Trump has pulled the rug on his supporters. He done that fucking decades ago, Evan. All you grifters can enjoy defending every word he says and keep never criticising. I can't do it anymore. MAGA is dead. I quite like Ferraris. I have a deep hatred of like American muscle cars and stuff, and GT40s and things of that nature. So soft place in my heart for Ferraris. My stepdad had a Ferrari when he was a teenager, apparently up until his mid-20s. But that'd be classed as a classic Ferrari because stepdad was born in 1950, so he would have got his first car mid-60s, essentially. I think that's all. I think that's all we need, actually. Can get rid of that one. I'll get on to those ones later. Yeah. Sorry, Femi. No, be a good little girl and just leave that. Hmm. Rejoice, comrades! Natok has arrived. Hi, Natok. Welcome, welcome.
I think that has to be the way forward. I'm not in favour of trying to rejoin the EU.
God, I hate this motherfucker so much. I hate him so much. And I know some of you don't like the fact that I hate this guy because some of you are still stuck in this binary mindset whereby anybody who doesn't like Corbyn must be a Blairite, Starmer-loving, neoliberal capitalist. But something that I've never told you guys before, which I've just realized, and it should have taken me, I can't believe it's taken me this long to realize. In 2019 and 2017, I voted Labour.
I know what tack he's taking there. Sorry, Femi. Ooh, well, the poll is running. I saw how the vote went. I've forgotten his name again. He must be that detestable to me. Whatever wank Congress individual from Louisiana, from the GOP. He was the one nay. Clay Higgins. Fucking hell. Clay Higgins. Get wrecked.
Well, people, if certain famous names weren't sweating before, then they certainly will be now.
The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The US House has just voted to release the Epstein files in full in a stunning victory for the campaigning victims of Jeffrey Epstein's international sex trafficking. All of the sordid details held by the American government will now be available to the public. The vote was a narrow win, passing by a marginal 427 to 1. President Trump, whose name is said to be all over the classified material, originally denied their existence and then referred to the files as a Democratic hoax until a few days ago when he bizarrely changed his tune and called for them to be released. This followed a very public falling out between Donald Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene, which shows that even the most hardened of MAGA heads are shedding some of their loyalty over the accusations and also revelations, with the pumpkin-spiced Palpatine's name also coming up in some of the 20,000 documents which came out last week. This one alone should give you a hint at the kinds of things that are about to be disclosed into the public.
Is it Natok? Thank you very much. Can you give us a brief description of Clay Higgins, if you know much about him, of course? He's Congress, isn't he? He isn't a senator, is he? I hope we don't have to rely on other means. Look at the man's fucking diet and look at how old he is. Yeah, Clay Higgins. I feel for the people of whatever ward or district in Louisiana he represents. Having that as your congressperson? You did vote for him, so obviously a good portion of them probably didn't vote for Clay Higgins. Obviously.
Realm. Speaking of things
Thank
that
you,
will make your
Natok.
skin crawl, another name that will no doubt appear in these files is Peter Mandel. We already know that he kept a close relationship with Epstein long after he was convicted, and I suspect the worst is yet to be revealed.
You dirty fecker.
Other famous names, and not just those who've been forced to change theirs recently, could also be revealed. Jeffrey's list of clients is said to include musicians, actors and other politicians, including one former president whose name has come up recently in a rumour that involves the current POTUS and, shall we say, a different kind of Congress between the two of them. Who knows what's going to come out in the open now, but it's safe to say that we're going to get some pretty grotesque information put in front of us. Oh, and for anybody who's curious as to the one representative who voted against the bill, it was a Republican, obviously, by the name of Clay Higgins, who I can't say that I'm familiar with, but I hope his pottery enthusiast parents are very proud of him. How do you feel about this breaking news? Please let us know in the comments below. As always, your feedback is much appreciated. Thanks a lot for watching to the end of the video. If you'd like to help the channel out a bit more, then please check out some of our other content and hit various supportive buttons such as like and subscribe. Super thanks are also open, and there's a link to our Buy Me a Coffee page in the description of this video. If you want to go a step further, then hit the join button, and for only 99p you can enjoy exclusive perks like members only videos and early viewings, plus lots more.
Back.
Hence you can enjoy exclusive perks like members only videos and
I'll just type it into my search bar. Thank you. Oh look. What would be that name at the bottom? Hi. Your last gets everywhere, obviously. Hi, Lefty.
early viewings, plus lots more, and you get to join the list of awesome people that you can see on your screen right now. As always, your contributions are much appreciated. Thanks again, people. My left eye will be seeing you soon.
Fuck it, let's check out cross question.
Hatred. It led to this response from her.
I wish I had the privilege of
and also fancied using one of them. So the Browning and McDonough found it off question.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale.
Hello, a very good evening and welcome to Monday's Cross Question. I'm Ian Dale. On the show with me tonight, we have to my left Kiki McDonough, founder of Kiki McDonough Fine Jewellery, whose clients include the Queen and the Princess of Wales. We always like to have high quality guests. And we have another one next to her. It is Richard Browning, inventor and entrepreneur, who's the founder and chief executive of Gravity Industries and also the chief test pilot for its jet suit. I want to hear more about that because I've always fancied using one of those. To my right is Gina Miller, co-founder of the wealth management company SCM Direct, who's also known for her legal challenges to the Brexit process. And next to her is Steve Perez, who's founder of the drinks product Global Brands, whose products include VK and also Franklin & Sons Tonic Water, who's also a restaurateur and hotelier. So loads and loads of business experience amongst our panel tonight. So if you'd like to ask them a question, the number to call 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, and of course you can watch us on Global Player.
Business bellends? Nah, fuck off. I want at least one fucking politician.
Claims Beijing is using LinkedIn to try to recruit MPs and peers as spies are...
Global Player LBC. From Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question. With Ian Dale.
Hello, a very good evening. It's 8:02 on Cross Question. It's Wednesday. It's the final Cross Question of the week. And in the studio with me, to my left, Sir John Hayes, Conservative MP for South Holland and the Deepings. He's never been described as on the left before. On my far left, he has Matthew Hulbert, political commentator, the co-host of the Political Frenemies podcast. Wonder where we got the idea for that one from. And also a Liberal Democrat activist. To my right, Alice Denby, opinion and features editor of City AM, and to her right, Alex Sobel, who is Labour MP for Leeds Central and Headingley. They are here to take your questions on 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp your question on that number or text 84850. More and more of you are watching us on the LBC app, Global Player, or the LBC YouTube channel, and we encourage it because we have a beautiful panel tonight.
Call 0345 6060 973.
No,
Tweet
you don't, Ian.
at LBC.
Really.
Text 84850. Cross Question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Corey informs me I just gave you some fake news. It is, in fact, of course, Tuesday, not Wednesday. But we have another one for you tomorrow as well. Right, let's start with Lee in Frankfurt, who will have an interesting question, I'm sure. Hello, Lee.
Yeah, hi Ian, how you doing?
Hi.
I'm sorry to disavow your beloved Brexit, but...
it's not my beloved Brexit, I just happened to vote for it.
Yeah, I know you're a big supporter, but look, we had a number of companies, probably 17 companies in the UK that we're investors in and manage and everything else. We ended up firing 1,600 people in the UK, hired 1,500 people in the EU across Germany, Poland, Romania to replace those people because we didn't get a services deal out of your Johnson Brexit, whatever you want to call it, the mess that happened. So when people say they want to move overseas, Ian, my question for the panel is, how do you do that when you need a work visa?
Alice Denby.
I mean, I think the data shows that lots of people are moving overseas.
I wonder why. Loss of access to certain markets. That might be a contributing factor. Just saying. And all those job losses in 3 major countries. One of the biggest major industrial countries in Europe. Germany, I'm talking about, by the way. That might be a factor, don't you think? Oh, by the way, full clarity, I am now Lexit. I did vote to remain because I didn't want these shower of idiots in charge. Case in point. The last decade, really. Delightful. too obsessed with Brexit and hell-bent on destroying people like me. Who'd have thunk it? I hate Tories for many reasons. I don't like this woman. I really don't.
So I'm not quite sure on the specifics of this, but I mean, what the data shows today is that we've had something like a 50% increase in emigration, and I'm not sure that the real thing we need to be talking about there is the visa situation. I think it's the push factors. I think it's the things that are forcing them away from the UK, which is, I think, the punitive tax regime, the complete lack of business confidence, the hiring market here is completely stalled, and just the sense that you can, if you're a young, ambitious person in the UK, you can have a better life and pay a lot less tax if you move to somewhere like Dubai, or if in the public sector, a lot of doctors moving to Australia because they have they can have a better quality of life there. So I really think it's the push factors rather than the visa difficulties that we should be talking about. But I'm very concerned to hear that you've had to fire 1,500 people. I mean, that's obviously awful. I think, I guess it's just a combination of factors that shows that our economy is just in a really dire state at the moment.
I mean, to argue against Lee for a moment, as he, I'm sure, was expecting me to, you work in the City of London. City AM looks at what's happening in the City of London. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that employment in the City of London has actually increased by quite a bit since Brexit, which people weren't predicting by any means.
Well, yeah, I think financial services have been one of the least badly hit by Brexit. I think you'd expect that. It's one of the premier industries that we have in Britain. It's our finest export and so on. But
she is correct. We export experts in different fields, obviously. Quite a lot of them finance and market related. Who'd have thunk it? The square mile doing well yet again. You are correct, Reza. Round of applause.
unemployment as a whole is down by something like 5%, and it's not fair to say that the economy is going gangbusters. I think also if you talk to anybody involved in business and entrepreneurship,
if you fund the actual country and actually build shit, any shit, housing, better energy infrastructure, tidal, anyone, please, I'm fed up of losing my voice screaming tidal into the void. Social housing, council housing, I'd prefer council housing really, but social housing, cheaper rents, higher minimum wage, taxing the rich bastards, that might work. Raise capital gains, it's the easiest one you can fucking do. I'm getting knackered. Literally saying the same shit over and over again. Please help me. Yeah. Kind of depressing, but we are here for reasons, for many reasons. I'm here for many reasons. Hello, mad Scottish woman here talking on the interwebs. Hello. I do hope I have some good takes. I think I do.
Sense of business confidence is in a really bad state. You know, nobody is more committed to the growth agenda than someone who's built a business here in Britain. But anyone you talk to thinks that this is not a government who backs entrepreneurship, that our growth prospects are absolutely dire, that it's more expensive and harder, and there's more red tape about hiring new people. So jobs are not in a good state, albeit that our amazing...
Because the upper 2 to 1%, mostly the upper 2 or 1%, literally asset strip our country, Alice. Just saying. I want to change that, by the way. All that money that they are extracting from the British populace, from the British state, from the economic wealth of this country, or these 4 nations. I don't want that to disappear and travel across the Atlantic for many, many reasons. Keep it here. So we can tax it properly and actually fund things in this country, including the NHS, social care, local infrastructure, high-speed rail, who'd have thunk it? Even trams if you want as well. Can you hear us? We are giving hope to our communities across the country, by the way. Do you think she'll realise that? My lovely human beings, my lovely comrades. I'm doubtful, really. She is not calling for the whoever pays for the piper gets the tune. She's not paying. She is literally doing the tune, if you want to look at it like that. So anytime you actually see her on LBC, Question Time, fucking Politics Live, Laura Cave, whatever, wherever you see her in the political or media sphere, she's already been bought and paid for. I'm not bought and paid for. I might earn money on this platform. Not on YouTube yet. I'll get there the minute that actually happens. You'll find out. I just chat shit, basically, and give my opinions. Obviously, I'm not in any way politically involved in any party in any way, shape or form. Yes, I am, by the way. Some of these people don't realise how certain people like me, I might be disabled, I have a brain, I have a mind. I am kind of analytical and very forthright. I know what I talk. Oh no, they do, Reza. Of course they do. Of course they do. Over my dead body. Literally. They're not coming for my NHS. They're not. Hell mend them. I will scalp them. It's my NHS. And I'm here to make sure it thrives and gets its proper funding. chances? Maybe. Who knows? Weird things do happen in politics, especially here in Turf Island. Depends how much they piss us off and we just say, no, fuck yes, we're voting blah party. Or blah position, or blah 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 blah. I will be reporting, don't you worry.
Using financial services is robust.
Alex Sobel.
Well, I think Lee got it right, really, that because of Brexit, many UK companies have had to relocate, even things that didn't need to happen because of Brexit. For instance, European music touring, companies that do to take live musicians in the buses or the equipment relocated to Europe because they could not operate cross-border. So there's really clear to me that business have relocated and people have followed the business as well. So UK workers, particularly in creative industries, in technology, etc., are excellent, but they'll follow where the cutting edge is. And the fact that we've got these huge trade barriers to Europe now are the reason people are leaving.
It's more complicated than that, though, isn't it? Because you've got all sorts of different factors here. That you've got the sort of the fact that we live in a much more globalised world. It's much easier to travel now that compared to when I lived abroad for a year when I was 18 in 1980, and I was one of the few to do so, having a gap year. Now, I mean, lots of people do it now. The restrictions for people to live in different countries have changed over the years. It's not just as simple, I think, as you.
Well, I mean, there are lots of benefit. You're under 35. We have a youth worker visa agreement with, and have for a long time. So it's a cross-party thing with Canada, with Australia, with New Zealand, and lots of young people go and come back. That's absolutely, and some people don't come back. Obviously, for various reasons. That's always happened. But actually, this sort of leads into a bigger question. If so many people are leaving, why are we restricting people coming here so much more than other countries are allowed?
Well, we're not. 945,000 net migration. I mean, they obviously think we're a great country to come to.
But we are increasing restrictions, and I think that we need to have a greater flow of people coming in. Although, that's as you're right, that is the globalised world we live in.
John?
Yeah, well, I take the exact opposite view. Actually, I think we should have many fewer people coming in. We've got now 5 million people unemployed. And do you know the tragedy? The tragedy is the number of young people not in education, employment or training is growing. So 100,000 people between the age of 16 and 24 completely disengaged. That is a dreadful indictment of previous governments and of this one. And our job should be to skill those people, to inspire those people, to equip those people to get the jobs that are available, and to stop relying on foreign labour and start looking after our own young people. They're disproportionately drawn from disadvantaged areas of Britain, and we not only have a job, we have a duty by those people. So that's my priority, not to make it easier for employers to recruit people from elsewhere, but to inspire them, encourage them, sometimes even oblige them to train their own people.
But why aren't they doing it? Because, yesterday we had 4 business people on Cross Question. Yeah. Each of them was saying the same thing, that they can't recruit people in this country. Well, why not, when the people are obviously there?
Well, some of it's skills. So some of it's people, the group I've just described, the 100,000, maybe have failed at school, maybe don't have the core skills.
It's 1 million.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the people in the most disadvantaged place. So some of those people have just not got the core skills, the key skills, and maybe because they haven't got the basic skills. They failed at school and therefore can't get their foot on the ladder. We got to work on that hard. Some of it's the welfare system. You have to make it easier for people who work and harder for them not to. And perhaps successive governments have failed to do that. And part of it is actually getting employers to recognise that they have a duty to employ people from this country. When we opened up our borders, free movement, let's be honest, a lot of employers had it much easier because the people that came in often weren't unionised, they didn't know what their rights were, they were prepared to work for a very low wage. And so we built our economy on what seemed at the time like an endless supply of cheap labour. What we actually should be building is a high-tech, high-skilled economy and investing in our people rather than relying on that kind of cheap labour.
Okay, Matthew Albert.
Well, I think that to say Brexit hasn't been good for this country is a massive understatement. I think it's been an unmitigated disaster. I know, wild. I think it's been an unmitigated disaster, and I think my party says that we need much closer ties with Europe. Do I expect this government to do that? No, I don't. But it really makes me smile in that a certain Nigel Farage, Brexit, the word, hardly ever passes his lips these days. Now, he was Mr. Brexit, of course. Why does the word never pass his lips? I'll tell you why the word never passes his lips, because it's been a disaster. That's why the word never passes his lips. And I think, I've got relatives who live abroad, and I'm afraid they think that Britain is increasingly becoming a basket case. And, I'd rather not have to agree with them on that, because I love my country, but things are not going well. I must pick the Venerable Sir John Hayes up on something, if he doesn't mind. I don't like this idea that the reason, our young people are not doing as well as they should is the fault of migration. I absolutely reject that idea, and I think it's a very easy way for governments of all colours to not look at their own policies over the past decade. I think that is the reason why we've got so many young people not in training, education or a job. It's not because someone who doesn't look quite like you lives down the road.
Hang on a second, both things can be right.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Right. I actually said we should invest more in those people to help them get into work, and I acknowledge that in many cases we may have failed them. What I said was employers had a responsibility not to simply bring in cheap labour, but to invest in those people. So I think we're actually agreeing, not disagreeing, aren't we?
Okay.
Marvellous.
I'll have to think about that.
Can I say, in terms of sort of picking on an easy target, I mean, Brexit did happen 10 years ago, and our economy has been affected by...
I'm still in 5 years ago.
But I think it's still a bit ridiculous to blame Brexit on the current economic woes. Obviously, it's one factor, but there are many others, including many of the decisions that be made by this Labour government, but also by Conservative governments in the aftermath of Brexit. In particular, I would say a lot of political dissatisfaction that's happening at the moment is a result of Boris Johnson massively increasing legal immigration after Brexit, having promised that it would come down, and for many people voting for Brexit on the implicit understanding that this would mean fewer numbers of immigrants coming to this country.
But should we not also, as I said to Alex, look on the other side of the coin, that we have so many people want to come to this country? I mean, Matthew, you were being pretty down on Britain then, but I mean, we must have a great country, otherwise so many people wouldn't want to come here.
Well, we do have a great country, and call me a woolly old liberal, which I absolutely am. I'm very, very proud to be. No problem with that at all. I want a humane, decent, and compassionate immigration system. I want people to be treated as human beings, not political props. And our Labour friend nods his head, but I'm afraid I think that I think yesterday's announcement by the new Home Secretary were horrendous.
I suspect we may have a question on that later, so let's not go too far down that road. Right, more questions to our panel in just a moment. 0345 6060 973. If you can't ring, you can WhatsApp the question on that number or text 84850. You're listening to Cross Question on LBC. It is Tuesday, not Wednesday, but it is also 8:15.
This is LBC.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips? Your best bet is to head to BetVictor. Why's that? They've got more features than you can shake a stick at. They've got cash out, they've got in-play football, racing, tennis, all your favourite sports. They've got the best odds guaranteed on racing, and then there's the Bet Builder. And of course, you've got the lucky dip. Blimey, dip! I've got to go, fella. It's Nacho night at Casa Redknapp. And holy moly, I forgot the guacamole. Ay, caramba.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet at BetVictor. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. Gambleaware.org.
A Thameslink train is a place where family moments become more peaceful. Where you can spread out and a game of I Spy gets a scenic upgrade with snacks, stories and the occasional sheep for a bonus point. Less stress, more yes with kids' tickets for £2 at thameslinkrailway.com. Terms apply.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for Wednesday's Lotto draw.
It could be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Have you ever wondered what a sandwich sounds like? Not much to it, is there? Unless, of course, it's a Walker's sandwich. That is good. Now that's what a sarnie should sound like. Go all crisp in with Walker's. delicious.
Join Andre Rieu at OVO Arena, Wembley, London on 18th of September. Book now at andrerieu.com. Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Text 84850.
16 minutes past 8 on LBC. With us, Labour MP Alex Sobel, Sir John Hayes from the Conservatives, Alice Denby from City AM, and Matthew Holbert. He's co-host of the Political Frenemies podcast. What is that? I mean, I obviously know because I've been on it.
You've been on it. It's fantastic, Ian. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know where we got this idea from. I really don't. But it's myself, obviously, a Lib Dem activist and someone probably to the left of the Lib Dems, I think it's fair to say, and my co-host, Dr. Chris Newton, who is a former Conservative advisor the last time they were in opposition. And we have a very robust debate. But how about this? We remain friends at the end.
The Ian Dale and Jackie Smith de nos jours. Right, let's move on to a question from Nick in Holland Park. Nick, what would you like to ask? Hi.
Hi, and good evening, panel. I very recently heard a promo for a podcast which was promising to analyse how Labour was going to take on the far right. Now, far right to me conjures up, Nazis, jackboots, skinheads. So who did the panel think they could mean?
Well, let's go to Matthew first.
Well, I was saying just in the green room there that I think it's really ironic that many people that I see on social media, because sadly, despite my best efforts, it's still kind of lots of right-wing people that are on my social media. I blame Mr. Musk for that. But, I think the increasing view seems to be that Nigel Farage and Reform are not right-wing enough. Well, for me, who thinks that they're far too right-wing to ever govern our country.
They want to nationalise things. How is that right-wing?
Well, they are trying to do something which they think is clever, which is to be very much culturally right, but to, I still think they're really Thatcherites. I think that's what their heart is, and Farage's heart is Thatcherite economics. But they understand that a lot of the people that they want to court, a lot of working class voters, do believe in funding the NHS and having stronger public services, and so they're trying to do this thing. Whether it's too clever by half, we'll see.
Do you think though that it's wrong for people on the left to use this term far right to describe someone like Nigel Farage, who you describe as a Thatcherite? I mean, do you think therefore I'm far right?
I'd call, you may say this, what is the difference? But I'd call Farage hard right. That's what I'd call Farage.
Dancing on the head of a pin here, aren't we?
Well, but I think. For me, and you have to be careful. You have to be careful what you say, don't you? But I think other people who are very prevalent on social media, etc., I would think of as hard right. If I can just leave that there.
John Hayes, you've often been described as hard right, extreme right, whatever. Do you take exception to these descriptions?
Well, David Willis, when I worked in government, once described me as on the extreme left to the extreme right, and I thought that was a good way of putting it. I don't think it is just a game, this business of where you sit on the spectrum on different issues. So I believe, for example, the fortunate have a responsibility for the less fortunate. I believe in the National Health Service. Okay. I believe in the state can be a force for good. I believe in taxing international globalist corporations much more so we could let small and medium-sized British businesses pay less.
You old lefty.
Pay less. But I'm rock hard on migration and on law and order. So I think people who do heinous things should be locked up forever. And actually, I support the return of capital punishment in extreme cases as a sentence available to the courts. You might describe that as quite right-wing. So we're all a mix, aren't we? The truth is, the spectrum is not that simple. Most people have a mix of views about different subjects because they gauge each subject on its merits. And they try to.
I'm just very liberal socially and politically. So.
Yeah, well, I'm liberal on nothing really, but and so I reject economic liberalism, which prioritises the interest of the individual over the communal. I'm a Burkean Tory. If that makes me right wing. Disraeli is my great hero. If that makes me right wing, I don't know, but I just think it's more complex than that.
Okay, Alex.
Well, coming back to the original question, I think that Nigel Farage and Reform are part of a movement which we particularly see across Europe, which has had much more political success than in the UK. So the Brothers of Italy, for example, Giorgia Meloni is the Prime Minister of Italy. very similar politics, AfD in Germany, Front National in France, Vox in Spain. It's part of the same movement. It's populist. And so what you were saying about they'll pick some bits that are popular for more working class voters, they'll pick those, and they'll pick bits that are right-wing. The problem is that none of those things hang together if you're actually in power.
But can you really pitch AfD alongside in the same bracket as Reform? I mean, I think AfD, there are some genuine Nazis in the AfD. I don't detect there is that kind of... I mean, Nigel Farage has actually outlawed anyone who's ever been in the BNP from being a member of Reform. I'm not
going down to the granular detail of individuals. I'm more about the political sort of space they're occupying in the mind of the voter, rather than in the... So I recognise that Reform have expelled people for racist views, and they've lost 2 members of their own party, although not necessarily for that. I think for sexism, I think for one of them is fair to say, and the other one, who knows? But I think they're part of that broader movement.
Alice?
I think Nigel Farage has spent his entire political career playing a sort of game of footsie with the far right. I think he's been very explicit always throughout his whole career that people like Tommy Robinson were completely beyond the pale and he would have nothing to do with them, while also those people being incredibly attracted to his brand of populism. I completely agree that the problem with Nigel Farage, I don't think he's far right. I think he's a mishmash of all things. I think all he cares about is gaining power, and I think that's what's concerning.
Perish the thought that a politician should want to do that.
But I think there are plenty of principles. John Hayes is one who have principles and ideas that they are loyal to. Nigel Farage is loyal to himself, and I think that makes people worried about what he would do with power if he was to gain it.
But does he really want to be Prime Minister? You see, if I've got this idea that actually he doesn't really, he's much more suited to oppositional politics, and he's obviously said that,
But so are you. I would say that was exactly where you stand personally. You're much more comfortable criticising the previous Tory government and the current Labour government than you ever were.
I do like saying a pox on both their houses.
Supporting the Conservative Lib Dem coalition.
But I'm not vying to be Prime Minister. I mean, Nigel Farage keeps telling us that he is, but I think he's much happier chucking rocks from the sidelines. And of course, he doesn't have much confidence in his own team, does he? He said that should they get a large majority, that he doesn't trust most of his candidates and will pack the House of Lords and pick his government from the House of Lords. Well, what does that tell you about his faith in his own people?
Let me put something else to you, because there was something interesting. One of your colleagues yesterday, Alex, reacting to Shabana Mahmood's announcements, she says something I thought quite profound. Kat Eccles said, well, of course, this is just kowtowing to the electorate, as if that was somehow a bad thing.
I thought that was extraordinary. You're just describing democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry, Alex first. After you, Alex, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, and I think I might be preempting something that's going to come later a little bit, but we're in a hugely multi-party system now. It isn't just Labour and Conservative anymore, and it's not just Labour and Reform. It's Labour, Conservative, Reform, Green, Lib Dem, then in Scotland and Wales, Northern Ireland's obviously different political system. Scotland, Wales, the nationalist parties in Scotland for a long time, but in Wales now, as we saw in the by-election, more popular. And actually, we won a huge majority of 34% of the vote. So we're coming to, me and Matthew probably agree about this, as I'm chair of the group in Parliament that's looking at electoral reform. The electoral system is at breaking point now because we're in this multi-party system because of fragmentation, political fragmentation.
Right, let's move on to a related question. Carl in Hove says, I'm talking of populism, are the Green Party a flash in the pan, or is their new success going to last? And why aren't the Lib Dems seeing these kinds of support? John?
Well, I think I agree with Alex about fragmentation. In fact, the only thing that's preventing that fragmentation taking hold to a greater degree is the electoral system. Had we had PR, we would have had a multiplicity of parties in Parliament, not all very desirable ones, by the way, as we see in other countries that have PR. So there is a political fragmentation, really interesting period in politics. For my whole political life, we've been talking about realignment, but now we might be going to get it. And that's disturbing for those of us who've been used to the pendulum going from Labour to Tory, but we have to be realistic about it. My view about all of that is that the electorate is beginning to reject the kind of the consensus which prevailed, the liberal consensus, by the way, which prevailed for most of my political lifetime. And they see that as having delivered unsustainable levels of immigration, weakening public order, breaking up community, putting individual interest above what I described earlier as communal interest. So they're now rejecting all of that, and I understand why. I didn't need to reject it because I never accepted it in the first place. But I'm very pleased that the electorate and it seems the political system is now coming round to my point of view.
Just for a bit of context on this, a new poll from YouGov today has put the Green Party on 17%, tying with the Conservatives, only 2% behind Labour and 4% above the Lib Dems. Reform are 8% ahead of Labour. I mean, it is feasible, Alex, that the Green Party could overtake Labour. I mean, they're nearly overtaking the Conservatives now.
Well, I mean, sort of following on a little bit from John's point, what I'm really concerned about is cakeist politics. That we're being offered cakeist politics and those parties are breaking through. Because people believe their sort of tableau of policies which don't hang together and are completely undeliverable could actually work because of the difficulties we've had in this country. And actually, I think that the biggest issue in the country is the cost of living crisis, that people continually see rising prices and their wages don't meet the prices, and we've got a housing crisis and we've got a crisis where people cannot get to the end of the month, and we've had that for 15 years, and that is what is effectively splintering politics. And parties come and say, we can just solve it all with a wave of a magic wand by bringing these populist politics, and there's always somebody else to blame.
Didn't Labour do that the last election? Offer a change without any consequence at all. We're going to solve everything. And look what's happened.
I think the reality is we said things are going to be very tough. That all the way through we said things are going to be tough.
But you did say that working people, however you define that, wouldn't have to pay more tax.
And I think that we are going to have the budget next week, and let's see. I think that is probably what will be the case.
Well, it's not going to be, because you're going to freeze income tax thresholds, which is essentially an income tax rise.
On the technicality of what we said, then we're correct.
I mean,
we're not raising income tax.
No, that would be raising income tax, because if you get close to a threshold and you suddenly have a pay rise and you cross that threshold 2 years earlier than you would otherwise have done, that is a tax rise.
Well, I mean, personally, I'd like to see that the thresholds become unfrozen in 2028, which is what the last budget was. And I think that, and this is maybe a slightly controversial view in the Labour Party, that whatever's in the budget next week, if the economic situation gets better and we have better fiscal headroom, I've got quite a critique of the OBR, which probably haven't got time to get into now, that whatever happens next week, we would stick to that 2028 figure, even if next week it didn't. That's not what was said. Well, because you can change things in subsequent
We only have 8 days to wait. Matthew, why are the Lib Dems not gaining the support that the Greens are getting?
So, a few things. I think we're a multi-party system trying to work under first past the post, and I personally think that PR is inevitable. I absolutely think that it is, and that I know that it's actual Labour Party policy, but I hope it becomes Labour government policy too. Zach Polanski is clearly a very charismatic individual, and he's having a very good moment. I actually know him of old from when he was in the Liberal Democrats. I might gently suggest that I thought at least that he was far more moderate back in his days when he was in the Lib Dems, but some might say that, well, I guess you can't say this now with all of their new members, but some might think that he went and became a bigger fish in a smaller pond, but I couldn't possibly comment on that. Look, I agree with him when he says that, my party, I'm not an official spokesperson, so I think my party perhaps wouldn't go this far, but I think he's right when he says that the problem isn't people on small boats, it's people in private jets. I think he's absolutely right about that, and I think he's right when he focuses on inequality. And I think the broad left will coalesce around him, especially as your party is basically, well, I just can't even get to grips with what is going on with that. So, I mean, I think if he's sensible and if he's wise, he'll get the broad left to coalesce around him. What it means for the Lib Dems, well, if I'm to be absolutely honest with you, Ian, I think we have a bit of an identity problem, and I think we need to work out what exactly we are for and who we are for. Now, we're doing well, I say this, but then we do really well in local council by-elections. So people are clearly choosing to vote for us when they have a chance at the ballot box. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think this gently as she goes thing from Ed Davey is all right for a bit, but then you have to decide who you're actually speaking for.
Okay, right. We'll move on in just a few minutes' time to another very important subject. It's 8:30 on LBC. Let's get the news headlines with Matt Hewitt.
The EPSTEIN files are a step closer to being released. Legislation compelling the US Justice Department to publish all documents on the late sex offender has passed in the House of Representatives. It now goes to the Senate. MI5's warning that people working in Parliament are being targeted online by profiles linked to Chinese intelligence. The security service alert concerns 2 women who operate as headhunters. And figures show the peak for net migration. The difference between the number entering compared to leaving the country was higher than previously thought. But the Office for National Statistics says it's since fallen more sharply, with more British nationals leaving the UK than had been realised. LBC weather. Rain and hill snow will continue moving south, becoming confined to southern England by dawn. Clear skies to follow, with wintry showers arriving from the north. Icy stretches developing in the north and west. Lows of -5 to 5 Celsius.
Calling all black cab drivers. Let's talk about those quieter times when your meter's sitting idle and those journeys when you're coming back empty. Why not consider Uber? They can give your meter a boost just when you need it. Join close to 1,000 black cab drivers already on Uber and gain access to millions of passengers at the touch of a button. Black cabs on Uber are priced by your meter, and the service fee will be no more than 5% until the end of 2025. Turn downtime into prime time. Go to uber.com/black cabs to start earning today. Terms and conditions apply.
Waitrose presents
I really fancy a mince pie.
one man's selfless journey from sofa to kitchen.
I'm getting up.
For a #1 golden mince pie with juicy golden raisins, cherries and apricots, and zesty limoncello.
With some cream.
For a #1 golden mince pie with juicy golden raisins, cherries and apricots, zesty limoncello, and a dollop of fresh cream.
Limoncello.
Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores subject to availability.
From Alan Bennett and Nicholas Heidner comes The Choral, when they were divided by war.
Carted off to France. Haven't lived.
So sing. He united them in song. Starring Ray Fiennes.
A man should hear a little music for the sense of the beautiful in the human soul.
The Choral, in cinemas now.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:33 on LBC. Alex Sobel is here, Labour MP for Leeds Central and Headingley. Sir John Hayes, Conservative MP for South Holland and the Deepings. Alice Denby, Opinion and Features Editor at City AM, and political commentator and co-host of the Political Frenemies podcast, Matthew Hulbert. John is in Hammersmith. John, very good evening. What would you like to ask?
Evening. With the attack on the Polish railway system, severing the link between Poland and Ukraine by explosives, which is alleged to have been carried out by Russian agents, with the drone attack on the LNG carrier, the liquid natural gas carrier in the port of Odessa, and the purchase of 100 French fighter jets by Ukraine, it appears that we're entering a period of escalation. Should the British public be concerned, and what can we do to alleviate that concern?
Ukraine has completely disappeared off the agenda, hasn't it? Or the sort of media agenda. I don't know whether that's the same in other countries. John, let's come to you first.
Well, you're right here. And if you'd said perhaps 2 months ago which direction would this conflict head in, there were hopeful signs that things might de-escalate. That seems less true now, and the events that John from Hammersmith has described emphasise that. Take a step back. I remember when President Trump was standing for election, talking to a group of ambassadors from the Arab countries, and we were talking about what his effect might be. And we all thought, well, his first, in international terms, his first objective will try to negotiate with the parties in the Ukraine war and try and bring about some settlement. Who'd have thought that actually he would have more impact in the Middle East, which is an extraordinary series of events that were rooted in a very long history. So the problem in Ukraine, the problem with Russia, is so much of this seems intractable. And when we have moments of hope, they're often blighted by the kind of events that John described. When it first happened, Ian, I thought it would go on for years and years. Some people think it will all be over very quickly. I always thought it wouldn't, and that's a tragedy.
It's very difficult to determine at the moment sort of who is sort of getting the upper hand, but the events which John and Hammersmith describes, they seem to be indicating that this is a new phase in the war.
Yeah, and of course, the particular point he makes about Poland's rail system, the great fear here is this goes beyond the boundaries of Ukraine. I mean, it's a tragedy of itself, but there are other tragedies that might spring from it.
Okay. Alex?
I'm chair of the Ukraine group in Parliament. I've been to Ukraine 7 times since the full-scale invasion. And we should be very, very concerned, because what's happening now is that Russia is testing NATO. It's not testing Ukraine. So we've had a number of drone incursions. We've had a number of incidents across the border. We've had this incident in Poland. Because this next phase of the war, what's happening is war is now completely different. Most of the war is done by autonomous drones, and other autonomous weaponry is coming through the system. The level of innovation is incredible. And in a few months, or maybe in a couple of years, if the war goes on that long without diplomacy, what we'll see is effectively a grey zone, a frozen front line where nothing can move, and the drones are in charge. So what will Russia do then? They'll come to us, they'll test us. So the British public should be really concerned, because this war, Russia's the biggest country in the world. This is not a war about territory. This is a war about culture. This is a war about democracy. We are fighting for our values, British values, European values, the values that Ukrainians want to grab hold of. That's why they want to join NATO. That's why they want to become part of the EU. And it is our duty not just to support them, but to support ourselves, because Russia wants to annihilate our way of life.
Alice?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can add much to what the other two have said, except, we talk about moving beyond the boundaries of Ukraine. I mean, it already is. We already are having incursions into our own airspace. We're already seeing cyber attacks. And I think that this will just ramp up, as Alex was saying, in a sort of grey zone, Cold War, mainly conducted online and in airspace via drones. It's a really worrying situation. I'm not sure what else I can say.
Matthew?
I agree. I think it is intractable, and when I see Trump, it does appear that he agrees with whoever he has spoken to last, which I don't think is a great way to conduct foreign policy. However, and prepare to be gobsmacked, Ian, I do think that he deserves some credit for what has been achieved in the Middle East. I mean, it's very, very unorthodox way of behaving, but I do think he deserves some credit with what is happening there, although even there are some worrying signs. But I really do think that he and his administration is the only person who can put a stop to the situation in Ukraine and Russia. But I think he wants to, but how's he going to do it?
Well, it hasn't gone well so far, has it, Alex, in the sense that he seems to constantly be hoodwinked by Vladimir Putin for reasons which I cannot explain.
I mean, I don't think any of us explain. None of us have been in the room. None of us know what the conversations are. And it was very concerning in January, the meeting between President Zelensky and Donald Trump. And actually, people actually underestimate what the Prime Minister's done in terms of foreign relations. The fact that Zelensky got on a plane and he didn't go back to Poland and then to Kyiv on a train. He came to London. He walked in Downing Street. Keir Starmer gave him a hug. Which is more than he's given me, and then he sat down and said, "What do we do now?" And then the coalition of the willing was formed. That's a major foreign policy move, and I think I'm very, hopeful that once this war is finished, we'll see a better Ukraine, a better Europe, and a better UK. But that day will be written in history, and I think we'll look back on it. And I think that we underestimate our own role in the world sometimes.
So I'm just composing a text to the Prime Minister saying that you need a hug to maintain your support for his premiership. Right, Melanie has a text question. She says, Keir Starmer just a month ago criticised Nigel Farage's racist policy of wanting to reach in and deport people who have settled in their communities. How on earth is Shabana Mahmood's policy of doing the same to asylum seekers any different, Alex?
I think that the Prime Minister's speech Labour conference was a fork in the road, and I expected us to very strongly and robustly differentiate anything to do with migration policy from reform. Now, yesterday's statement, there were some areas of concern there for me, and going forward, I think a lot of Labour MPs are worried about aspects of it. And when the bill comes forward, I think that there will be a conversation with the Labour Party. But I think it's really, I think, and Matthew said this earlier, we need to really think about individuals as human beings, and think about them as human beings first, and then their motivations and the difficulties they're having, and work from there. This whole debate has become really quite toxic, and we need to detoxify it and talk about what sort of country we are and think about our culture and cultural issues. My parents came here as migrants. My mother lives in Buckinghamshire, South Buckinghamshire, and is a pillar of her community, having migrated here in 1972. If you arrive here, you can absolutely become British. And I think that is the thing that we need to think through, that people can come however they come, whether they come on a plane, whether they come on a boat, and they can become British. And I think that we are losing sense of that, and that really concerns me.
Well, reading between the lines there, you have a lot of concerns with what Shabana Mahmood said yesterday. And let's come back to the question: if Nigel Farage's policy of deporting people who've settled in their communities is racist, if Keir Starmer said that just a month ago, given what Shabana Mahmood said yesterday about deporting people maybe after 3 years, if their country is considered safe after 3 years, I mean, how is that any different to a reform policy?
I do think it's different, and that's a question of detail, but I want to sort of think about this in the round. So I think the only circumstance really where I would support deportation for somebody in the system is when they act criminally. That's the only situation. And there's a real issue here that some countries may be safe or become safe, but they may not be safe for that individual. China is generally a safe country. But if you're a Uyghur, it is not a safe country for you. If you are from Uganda and you're gay, Uganda's a safe country, but it's not safe for you.
Right.
So we need to really clearly think about these things. That's my issue.
Matthew.
So, like I said earlier, I mean, I'm a woolly-hearted liberal on immigration. I think it is a net benefit to our economy, to our culture, and to our society, and that Britain at its best is welcoming. Now, I appreciate that we have got to have a system, and that's fine, but in my view, that should be a system that recognises that these are human beings. They are not just political pawns. And, I can tell kind of the pain with which, Alex is feeling about this, because he won't like the fact that yesterday her speech, the Home Secretary's speech, was praised by Nigel Farage, it was praised by Tommy Robinson, it was praised by Kemi Badenoch, and some of that is worse than others, but I think it doesn't look great for this Labour government. I recognise that Labour is worried about losing seats to reform, but I'd say to it that we've talked about Zach Polansky and indeed the Lib Dems. I mean, we'll be targeting Labour seats, make no bones about that, and I think this will be a big issue for us too.
What is Liberal Democrat policy on stopping the boats? Because presumably you're as concerned as anybody else about the fact that an increasing number of people are crossing the Channel. It's going to be higher this year than last year. And it's all very well to criticise Shabana Mahmood for coming up with policies that she thinks will deter people, but I haven't heard a single policy from the Lib Dems on this.
Well, of course, people shouldn't be having to take dangerous journeys on the high seas, in the being took wherever by human traffickers, etc. It's appalling. Of course, people shouldn't be having to make that journey, but I think we need more safe and legal routes.
Well, they don't have to make the journey; they choose to make the journey.
Well, they choose to make that journey because they think that we're a decent, compassionate country, and in lots of cases,
they don't think France is.
And in lots of cases, they're genuinely seeking asylum. I mean, what I have to say that I think is really appalling is the idea that people have settled here. They are in effect British now. The idea that they can be told, having perhaps been here for decades, while things are better in your original country of origin now, you've got to go back there. I mean, I think that's appalling.
You're deflecting the question. I asked you, what is a single Lib Dem policy to deter people coming here to claim asylum over the English Channel?
Well, I can tell you what I think.
Well, fine. Tell me what you think.
Well, I mean, I think that we need more safe and legal routes, and that was part of what was announced yesterday. But I think we need to, see what they are and who they're going to be open to. If they're genuinely, a chance for people to come in a legal way and genuinely put their case, then I welcome that. But I doubt it from this Home Secretary.
John?
Well, 33,000 people across the Channel. This year.
39,000.
Has it gone up to 39? Well, that's since we came on the air, probably.
No. That is the cumulative total for
160,000 have crossed since 2018 or thereabouts. The asylum system is being gamed. It's being gamed by people traffickers, by fat cat lawyers, by interest groups that think they're doing the right thing, sometimes naively, sometimes more sinister. And of course we should give asylum to people in genuine need. We have for generations. That's not where we are now. Asylum is being used as a way of getting into the country, and the people traffickers say to them, once you get in, you'll never leave. And it's true.
Let's stick to the question here.
What Keir Starmer did a month ago is a matter for Keir Starmer. What I'm saying is that we do need to deport people who are not here lawfully. We certainly need to deport foreign criminals,
even if it means ripping them out of communities where they've been
if someone is
put down roots.
A fifth now of our prison population are foreign. We've got foreign criminals filling many of our prisons.
And so British-born children of people who've come here have got to go, have they, to a country that isn't their country because they were born in Britain. That is appalling.
You can't have your borders being porous. Being a citizen of a country has to be meaningful. Okay,
they are British.
Well, people who are coming here to claim asylum.
The children who've been born here of immigrants are British. Literally, they've been born here.
We're talking about people who've arrived here claiming asylum. They're in the asylum system.
They have to go and their children stay here.
Okay, so the truth of the matter is, let's talk about children then. So if you want to talk about legal immigration for a moment, we had a system, you'll remember, for care workers. Because right since we started to do something about immigration, David Cameron used to say, the only person who agrees with this policy in the coalition government is me. He said, because every time I go to cabinet, there's somebody's special pleading. You've got to have nurses, so we've got to exclude nurses from immigration policy. We've got to have construction workers, got to have agricultural workers. Everyone was an exception in the end, which is how we ended up with the nonsense, increasing our population in a single year by 900,000. No country can do that. It's just not feasible to do that. So immigration policy has been out of kilter with public opinion for a very long time, and so has asylum policy. The Home Secretary's taken the right move earlier this week, but we need to do much more.
OK, Alice.
I think what you heard from Alex there is the voice of deep frustration on the Labour backbenchers, and I think it's just not Labour's instincts to try and grip this problem. And you said that you don't think anybody should be deported if they're in the asylum system, unless they're doing a crime. I mean, that's just a counsel of despair.
In the system.
So once they get here, they can't be deported. They just languish in the system for years and years, which is what we have at the moment, disappearing into the black market.
All decisions should be made within 6 months.
I think that's just an incentive for people to come across the Channel, risk their lives, bring their children. I think it's clearly a problem that needs to be gripped. I think Shabana Mahmood's saying all the right things, and I think it's backbenchers like you who are going to stand in the way of gripping this problem, and as Shabana Mahmood said, unleash much darker forces, failing to grip it.
Right. Well, on that note, we will move on to something else in just a few minutes' time. It's 8:49.
This is LBC.
Calling all black cab drivers. Let's talk about those quieter times when your meter's taking a little nap. Why not consider Uber? We can give your meter a wake-up call. Join close to 1,000 black cab drivers already on Uber and gain access to millions of passengers at the touch of a button. Black cabs on Uber are priced by your meter, and the service fee will be no more than 5% until the end of 2025. Turn downtime into prime time. Go to uber.com/blackcabs to start earning today. Terms and conditions apply.
They did it again. Flower instead of flowers on my birthday. I'm 95 minutes late, but it's hard to leave when you've shared so much. Your postcode, your gluten intolerance. Then I saw it. 25% off your first Ocado shop, plus free delivery. And I just knew I'd found the online supermarket of my dreams. Ocado, life delivered. Geographical restrictions. Min spend £60. Max saving £20. Charges and Christmas restrictions apply. New customers only. Terms at ocado.com.
It's the last chance to get yourself a ticket for Wednesday's Lotto draw.
It could be you.
Lotto from the National Lottery. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Join Andre Rieu at OVO Arena, Wembley, London on 18th of September. Book now at andrerieu.com.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also opens up help with heating bills, council tax, and more. Search pension credit on gov.uk or call 0800 99 1234. There's nothing to lose. Check today. Pension credit. Credit where credit's due. Eligibility criteria apply.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
Alex Sobel to John Hayes, Alice Denby and Matthew Hulbert with us answering your questions. Let's take another one from Gemma in Birmingham. Thousands of people in France have backed a petition calling for women-only carriages on trains after the attempted rape of a woman on a train in Paris last month. Is providing women-only spaces like this a good solution to violence against women and girls? Alice.
Thank you for coming to me as the only woman on this panel. No,
well, that means you have a bit longer to speak.
No, I do not support gender segregation on public transport at all. I think that's an appalling idea. I think surely this is exactly what Rosa Parks stood up for, that everybody should be able to use public transport on an equal basis. And I think this would have all sorts of terrible unintended consequences for having gender segregation in society. I do not support it at all. I think it's a really desperate idea. That is not to diminish the problem of violence against women and girls. Violence against women and girls can happen in the home, it can happen in the street, it can happen on a train. There's no reason why women should be cowering and separating themselves out from men.
Okay, Matthew.
I broadly agree, and I think the safety of women and girls is a very, very serious issue, and I would include in that trans women as well, who are often the subject of. I would include them because they are often the subject of daily attacks, which shouldn't be happening. But I broadly agree. I think segregation is never the answer.
John?
I think segregation can be the answer, actually. I mean, in prisons, for example, I think it's really important. I think it can be important in hospitals where there have been attacks. And we know in both those cases, people have called for safe spaces for women, I think rightly so. But I'm with Alex. I think on trains, trains and modes of travel should be mixed economies, mixed places, shouldn't they, where we actually can chat. And people should chat more on trains. The trouble these days, they're always on phones and things. But I actually quite like meeting people on trains, having a chat to people. You're never going to see them again. Why can't we just be more convivial? Why can't we be more convivial?
Having said that, do you have an electric car, John?
I have a hybrid.
Because if you charge your electric car like at a motorway service station, you do talk to other people who are charging their cars. It is actually quite a social thing. I
agree. And social interactions like that, particularly people you may never meet again.
Hello to the man I met on TV
really
services the other day.
Yeah, quite. And when you get into the back of the cab and you end up... I
didn't mean that to sound as creepy as it did.
I didn't take it that way. But I was about to say something creepy. I was going to say you get chatting to the taxi driver in a taxi, and it's lovely. And you're never going to see this guy again. You might have a 10-minute or half an hour conversation. Those are lovely things.
Alex.
I think the problem here is misogyny and male violence in society. And that is really where we need to put the concentration into. From a very young age, we should be teaching boys about respect, about values, and we've got a real problem now in terms of social media and dark forces. We talked about dark forces before, but people like Andrew Tate, that's a real societal problem. And we had a crossbow attack in my constituency, and I did call for the banning of crossbows online, but that's not going to resolve the problem, because violence is going to exist unless we tackle the root cause, and that's going to take a long time, be a lot of work, but it will be the solution. Segregation, banning weapons, etc., is not a solution to this.
Why did you propose it then?
Because it makes it a little bit harder. But it's not a societal problem. Yeah.
But don't you think a lot of the popularity of Andrew Tate and the sort of crisis of masculinity and all this stuff is a backlash against this idea that men are boys are constantly being told that you're a sex offender, you're a rapist, you're a danger to women? I think we need women and men mixing more on a more equal basis to tackle this problem.
I didn't say that I think they do need to mix, but we need to have that education.
Right, we can squeeze in one quick question before we go to our fun question. It's from Thomas in Bristol. After all the postulating from Trump about the Epstein files until the weekend, if there does end up being some pretty bad stuff about the president, will it do any damage to him politically in the US? Alice?
No, it doesn't seem like anything harms Trump, and he doesn't seem to be too worried about it himself, is he? Exactly. I mean, I think there's going to be some loathsome, awful stuff in these Epstein files, but it only seems to make Trump stronger. I don't understand it, but he's clearly not worried about it, is he? He's calling for it all to come out.
Alex?
Is it about Trump or Trumpism? Marjorie Taylor Greene's already abandoned him over Epstein. You know, his great supporter who thinks for space lasers controlled by the Jewish community, but that's a whole other thing about her. So he's losing some of his base within the party. But whether that kills that movement, that sort of type of populist right within the US, I think that this issue might separate him from his political colleagues, but I'm not sure it's going to change the political direction in the US.
John?
Yeah, we need to see what comes out, of course, before we make a fine judgment about this, because we don't know what the extent of it's going to be and how much of it is, to use the modern idiom, fake news. So until we know that, we can't make a judgment. But I think other panellists are right. There does seem to be something Teflon about certain politicians in our age, and Trump's one of them.
See, when just before he was elected the first time, the grabbing the pussy comment, I just immediately thought, well, that's him done then. Yeah. And in this country, I'm pretty sure it would have meant the politician couldn't win.
It's interesting that, and I think part of it is the backlash against political correctness. So I think there's a kind of sense in which quite a lot of the sort of people who would vote for Trump, and maybe I'd be one of them, by the way.
Maybe.
Yeah, well...
I thought it was a racing certainty.
It is a certainty, by the way. It is a certainty. So. You read me so well then, didn't you? But part of that is the kind of kickback against the politically correct kind of bourgeois liberal pretensions, and people when
respecting
they see
women politically correct, John.
No, but
that was not respecting women.
But you know what I mean by that. So the fact you can't have banter, you can't tell jokes, all those sort of things, and they equate that with much bigger things.
So let's go to our woolly liberal, Matthew.
Well, I can't believe that I find myself in at least a minuscule of agreement with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's right when she says that Trump should. I know, genuinely can't believe it. I think if there wasn't something to fear, why didn't he just release everything? That's the question we need answering.
Well, that's what he's suggesting now, isn't it? Right, the fun question from Matt in Dartford. The Royal Mint has issued a new coin with Freddie Mercury on it in the costume he wore for Live Aid to commemorate the 40th anniversary of that historic day. Which other public appearance would you like to see commemorated on a coin? Matthew?
Well, so I've just had a bit of a think about this, and I've got to nominate my favourite government minister ever, who is a friend, I think, of both of ours, Ian, and that's the wonderful Lynn Featherstone, now in the House of Lords, formerly an MP, who...
Thatcher, right in the tank.
That was an iconic image.
It was a great moment.
Yeah, it really was. Anyway, while John and I get all wistful, let me tell you who's on tomorrow's panel. A couple of former cabinet ministers, Lucy Fraser, who was in Rishi Sunak's government, and Jim Murphy, who was in Gordon Brown's, along with the think tank director Charlotte Nichols and the journalist and disability rights campaigner Liam O'Dell. So do tune in tomorrow for Cross Question at 8. Thank you to all my panel tonight. Now, I've actually forgotten what we're doing in the next hour, but I think I can remember that we're doing something about the fact that so few people are getting married now. Now, it's fallen by 90%. 9%. That really would be a story if it was 90%, wouldn't it? Why are fewer and fewer people deciding to get hitched? Are we becoming a society that is less into commitment, or a society that just doesn't value a piece of paper anymore? Is it religion that's playing a part here, where so few of us are now religious that brands whose products include VK and also Franklin & Sons Tonic Water, who's also a restaurateur and hotelier. So loads and loads of business experience amongst our panel tonight. So if you'd like to ask them a question, the number to call 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. And of course, you can watch us on Global Player and the LBC YouTube channel and the LBC app.
Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross Question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Well, let's go to our first question. It's a text question from Andrew in Fulham. The Chancellor has recently blamed everyone and everything for the state of the public finances, yet the economy only really started declining markedly after her business taxes hit in April, with lower GDP and then rising inflation and unemployment, something she never mentions. Should the Chancellor now start being more straightforward with the British people about what has really happened, and what should she do now at this budget to correct the situation for Britain's 5.5 million businesses to win back their confidence? Steve Perez.
Well, the biggest problem has been the inheritance tax charge on businesses, BPR. That has meant businesses such as my own have stopped investment. We've stopped investing in the future, because all that's going to happen now is the more I invest in my business, the bigger problem my family are going to have in the future, having to pay a huge tax bill of maybe 20%, which is impossible to pay, which would mean my business would have to either get broken up or sold, and we've just stopped investment altogether. Currently, there's a judicial review which we're putting through the courts. Hopefully, the Chancellor might listen and actually just be honest and realise she's made a mistake.
Because I think a lot of people think that's only applying to family farms.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed actually in the business community. Either they don't understand the issue, or they just think it doesn't apply to them. Because I've spoken to a number of businesses and they just don't realise until they start speaking to their accountants. You know, I've spent the last sort of month or so trying to plan for the business going forward, and the point is, it's not about me, and it's not really about my family. It's about the business, and it's about my 450 employees. You know, that's why I've come down here to London. You know, hopefully to get the message across, because if my business is forced to pay this huge tax bill just because I die, yeah, and I've got a great management team, I don't need to be there, then the business will have to either be sold. Yeah, I've got lots of people buying my business. There's no problem there. But I want to remain in Chesterfield, with the heart of this small town, which was a mining town for many years, had great unemployment, and I want to keep the businesses and the families together, and my legacy, I suppose.
Gina Miller.
There's so many things that are making us a very hostile environment for businesses. And yes, the NI tax that was brought in April is causing a lot of problems for businesses. In the wealth management space, though, I'd say that for us as a business, we're seeing people who are entrepreneurs or have built their own businesses really worried about the cap on the drawdown on pensions, to inheritance tax, to the instability on what's coming next. And it's meaning that, we've got our clients who are saying, should we save in our pension? Should we spend it? Should we buy a Ferrari rather than spending it? Why should we bother? Other people saying, why do we invest in our business? We've also got the fact that markets don't trust this government. As I said, you've got a company like ENEOS, one of the biggest companies in the world, which has actually decided to take its investment, $3 billion, I think we were going to put in the UK. They're now going to put in the US. And you've got the owners there saying that the UK is now the most unstable fiscal regime in the world, which is an extraordinary thing when you think that Forbes in 2019 said the UK was the most attractive place to do business.
So how come Keir Starmer keeps telling us that business confidence is at an all-time high?
I don't know who they're talking to. I honestly don't know who they're talking to, because, all they have to do is go around the country and actually talk to, the SMEs, the businesses who've got under 250 employees. I understand what Steve's saying, but those businesses are the backbone of this country. Yeah. And, all the reports are saying that people thinking about shrinking or going elsewhere, moving their businesses or actually just closing.
Anecdotally, I speak to a lot of business people. Some of them have firms that employ 5 people, some of them 500, some many thousands. Virtually all of them say, yeah, we've actually got quite a lot of money to invest, but like Steve, we're not going to do it.
We're not going to. And the other thing is they're now going to go after LLPs, not understanding that people who have a partnership also, how are you going to assess the money that they put into the business, their losses, the risks they take? You know, none of this is encouraging when they say their agenda is growth. I just don't understand. I mean, my solution, I think, is, you know, I know the leaking on the budget has been disastrous. The uncertainty.
It's not leaking, is it? It's kite flying.
It's kite flying.
Which shows
it
that
is
they
shameful.
don't know what to do.
It's shameful. I actually agree that with people like Andrew Marr, who says we shouldn't actually have an autumn budget, or any budget, actually. I think we get rid of budget and they just go to Parliament and say what they're going to do, because the uncertainty it creates is really damaging.
Well, we might come on to
really
that
damaging.
in a bit. Kiki.
Well, I think the first thing she's got to do, and there's a list of about 20, the first thing she's got to do is stop blaming everybody else. She blames everybody. She blames the past governments, future governments, anybody she can get her hands on, she blames, and she needs some self-awareness. This is entirely down to her bad or the Treasury bad decision-making.
Well, OK, let me play devil's advocate. She's only been Chancellor for 16 months.
Yeah.
She made clear at the time that she was left a hell of a mess and that she had to try and turn that round. Now, she asserted that she had done that in the last budget. She wouldn't be coming back for more, etc., etc. But it's not fair to put it all at her door, is it?
Well, I think it is. She's Chancellor of the Exchequer. I mean, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be around very much, so it's her responsibility. The country's finances are her responsibility. So I think the buck does stop with her. And she came in saying she wanted growth and did the exact opposite. And she seems to enjoy spending on the state more than she does in encouraging business. And I think it's a disaster.
Richard.
So I think there's if you take a step back, there's a couple of points to make here, I think, to contextualise the problem. We spend a lot of time, I think, in the media and in the country debating how you divide up a shrinking cake. So there's an endless list of good causes in the public sector in particular as to where we should put resources. I just find it amazing that there's a deafening silence when it comes to an acknowledgement in senior civil service ranks and in central government about recognising that it is innovation and it's entrepreneurship as two words that characterise what fuels everything in this country. It is people in big businesses, starting their own businesses, even in government, coming up with new product and service ideas that with a pinch of entrepreneurship become companies which then employ people, we've just been discussing, that then pay tax and even ideally export products, and that's what fuels everything. It's as simple as that, and yet I don't hear anybody in any senior positions A, even recounting that, or B, even with any actual industry experience of having done it themselves. It's not a personal criticism of the individuals, but they desperately, desperately need to bring people into central government that actually have that perspective. That's what fuels the whole country.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And it's... There isn't a single cabinet minister now who's ever run a job.
I was just going to say that.
Not
That's
a
absolutely
single
extraordinary.
one.
Right, and this isn't a Doge-type witch hunt.
No.
I meet some fabulously smart people in central government in senior civil servant positions, but there's no reason to expect them to have built the experience that's around this table, the blood, sweat and tears it takes to take an idea through relentless headwinds, relentless setbacks to actually get to a point where you employ, like Steve, 400 people and actually bring in revenue which then pays tax and actually fuels the system. We have to just it could be as simple as senior business leaders in the country and senior politicians just even acknowledging that those two words, innovation and entrepreneurship, are the lifeblood that has built this country, and we have to rediscover what that means.
But one of the things I find very disturbing is that, if you haven't got the experience, which is fine, if you've got, professional politicians, you have advisors and you have people you consult with and you listen to, and you go out and, they can contribute to the thinking of the government and the policy making and the strategy. But what I hear is that they're not listening, and that's actually really dangerous, because I think if you haven't got the experience and you're then also not listening, then what you're doing is you're just knee-jerking. There isn't a strategy there. I mean, in all of us in our businesses, we have to have a strategy, don't we? We have to have a plan, and we have to have a short-term and long-term, medium-term, long-term vision. And that I think is missing, because what they're doing is they're polling and kite flying all the time. So how do you make up your mind that you're going to increase, 1p on income tax that could bring in maybe 10 billion or whatever it is they're going to look at. But then suddenly, the backbenchers are revolting, so you decide that that's not what you're going to do. If you're going to have a policy, you're going to have a plan, then you need to stick to it.
Well, and underlying all this is if you've got a system where your first reaction is to keep squeezing the very element of the system that's generating the income. If the UK was a business, which it should be in some ways considered like that, the strategy at the moment is to look at the bank balance and think, gosh, we're spending more than we're earning. So let's just go after the people that are earning money and keep squeezing them, right? Which gets you good headlines and is a lovely idea and you can get more money out of them, but it's not sustainable. It's an utterly unsurvivable strategy, and any of our businesses around the table would go bankrupt within months.
I wonder if you asked her and said, where do you think growth's going to come from? She would say business, but surely there's some correlation in her mind.
But that narrative stops, doesn't it? It's building houses and it's maybe building another runway, and this is good for business and good for growth. Again, it stops at that level of detail. And yet, if I really go at the other end of society now, I've got a real big bugbear that my kids at 17 and 18, other than their exposure to our business, they're leaving school, or left school and leaving school, with more knowledge of Pythagoras and Shakespeare than they are a tax return or how to patent a product. I mean, it's a big shock to young people nowadays. If you put it on Instagram, you can't patent it. Who gets told that in school?
Really?
It's in the public domain. There you go. I mean, it's why are we not even?
This is another bugbear of mine. I think we've got to teach entrepreneurship, financial literacy,
awareness,
those things, and
just awareness, right?
Our curriculum is so outdated.
But for ages, I have said that every school should have a large office where people come in, if it's small business owners or entrepreneurs or whatever, tax experts, or come in and teach children how to do their tax return, what VAT means, where it comes
even
from.
Just the beginning of
all those things that start training you to run a business, which is what I have to deal with every day.
Further education, can you imagine that first year, the people who go to study at university or further education, who are likely to be the employers of the future, and actually the ones who are earning money and paying tax. Imagine if you had into their curriculum a proper financial literacy program and entrepreneurship skills.
Well,
they would learn it.
We almost glamorise the journey of building your own business. Again, all of us around the table.
Yeah, it's hard work.
You have this. In fact, I've heard it said that naivety is the best trait to start a business.
I think it probably is actually.
Nearly all of us wouldn't have bothered if we'd known how hard it was going to be.
Yeah, that's true.
But why? But you're great. You write a book on building a business, right? Brilliant. That can't be accidental. We've got to actually make this a natural process in the country where kids are inspired to be the next business.
I think this has been a very informative 15 minutes so far. Siobhan in Southampton, though, disagrees. She says, blimey, 4 representatives of business, all of whom can no doubt buy themselves and their families out of having to use our shattered public services, all moaning about government spending on those services. I'm not sure I remember anybody doing that, actually. No BBC impartiality standards here, eh? Well, yeah, I think you've been listening to a different programme, Siobhan, because I think a lot of what my colleagues have been saying here is just stating blunt facts. And if you don't like those facts, well, that's up to you. But if we want to get out of this economic hole, it is down to, I think, small and medium-sized enterprises to do it. It won't be the multinationals that help us do this.
They're moving.
Well, a lot of them are headquartered abroad. They're going abroad here.
You have to provide incentives for people to start new businesses and take those risks, which people did in the 1980s, 1990s and 2000s. Tony Blair understood all of this.
Yeah.
So I don't see why Keir Starmer.
I mean, I say to Siobhan, look, small and medium-sized businesses actually contribute 2.8 trillion turnover to our country. Where do you think the money comes to fund the public services? That is a fundamental misunderstanding of this idea that, we don't need business people. We don't need people to invent things, to be innovative and to be entrepreneurs. Where's the money going to come from for the public services?
Also, she shouldn't think that entrepreneurs are grumbling about state spending all the time. I think that's wrong. I think entrepreneurs they give huge amounts to charity, they pay their whack, they pay their taxes, they pay everything that they need to sustain public services. That public services and the civil service and departments are a different thing. I think they're overmanned.
Whoever thought that 10 years after all the Brexit shenanigans, Gina Miller could come on my programme and I could agree with every single thing that she'd said. On that note, let's go to a break. 17 minutes past 8.
This is LBC.
Waitrose presents 3 for 2 on chilled party food. Kelly, meet everyone.
Hi, nice to meet you.
8 guests, 1 host who knows exactly what will bring them together.
Food's ready.
Starring #1 king prawn toasts with crispy sesame seeds, soft polar bear bao buns, bursting with hoisin veg filling, and meltingly tender Wagyu beef mini pies.
Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected lines of stores, subject to availability. Prices may vary in Channel Islands, Little Waitrose and Partners and concessions. Cheapest item free.
Ah, what a hotel. The pool, the breakfast, the vibe. Perfect. And the best part, you didn't overpay because you checked Trivago. On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites and save up to 40%. Same hotel, just at a great price. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel Trivago.
So, what's on your to-do list today? Why don't you check if you're eligible for pension credit? It tops up your pension income and also opens up help with heating bills, council tax, and more. Search pension credit on gov.uk or call 0800 99 1234. There's nothing to lose. Check today. Pension credit. Credit where credit's due. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
19 minutes past 8 on LBC. Let me reintroduce my panel. Richard Browning is an inventor and entrepreneur. He's the founder and chief executive of Gravity Industries, also the chief test pilot for its jet suit. Now, how much, if I wanted a jet suit, how much would it cost me? Because I would quite like one. I don't know if you do any freebies for media people, but
we do actually do flight training in California, in the UK. So you can actually, in a safe environment, you can actually learn to fly one of these things. But we have stopped short of selling them to the public because you really could just put this 2,000 horsepower piece of
Corey's just told me Alan Partridge has trialed them.
Yeah,
I think I'd be in good company.
One of my young engineers is an Alan Partridge fan, and so went off and did that. Yes. I did give him permission, but that's not a normal client.
Right. Kiki McDonough is here, founder of Kiki McDonough Fine Jewellery. Gina Miller, co-founder of the wealth management company SCM Direct. So you basically manage all of these people's money for them, do you?
I look after people's wealth from anywhere from 10,000 to 10 million, but it's also, I have another brand called Money She, which is also about how do we get women to invest. And the other thing is, on a serious note for the Chancellor, is that we are the lowest saving nation in the G7, and that's a real problem. We've got to get people to save and invest, but invest and not just hold money in cash.
And Steve Perez is here, founder of the drinks product. So why do I say product when it says here producer? Drinks producer, global brands. And what's your most famous brand, Steve?
Hooch, I would say, is one of the most famous.
That is very famous.
Hooch, VK, and Franklin & Sons. So I started my business. It was my second business in 1996. My first business I started in 86, which I was importing beer, and I went bust. And this is one thing people don't appreciate. As business people, we're not all lottery winners. I very, very nearly lost my house. But because I'd got such a huge mortgage on it, I managed to hang on to it. And I started this business again out the back of a van. And I now employ lots of people in Chesterfield. We contribute £20 million a year in taxes. Obviously, there's a lot of tax on alcohol as well.
Soon to be more, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Right, let's go to our next question. It's from Mike in Salisbury, where I was at the weekend. Over the past few months, Rachel Reeves and the Treasury have been leaking and drip-feeding budget ideas into the press for a policy popularity contest. Is this the right way to encourage growth and confidence in the economy? Well, the former chief economist of the Bank of England, Andy Haldane, has warned that a real circus of leaks, U-turns and uncertainty has hurt the confidence of businesses and consumers alike. Meanwhile, last week, LBC's Andrew Marr called for the budget to be scrapped altogether and instead for the government to simply pass a new law when it wants to change the country's economic policies. Richard Browning.
Yeah, this is not anything new, but confidence is massive in business. How are you supposed to plan and organise your resources, consider the next 12, 24 months ahead and what you're going to do in your company if the context you're trying to plan within is uncertain? And all of this signalling suggests that the powers that be are not entirely clear what they're doing. I think it's terrible. But back to what we were discussing earlier, that I think they need really experienced, clear heads from small, medium, and large companies that are the lifeblood that put all the resources into the government's pockets to then allocate. They need those voices around the table, and those voices need to be steering the ship.
So when Nigel Farage says, look, we're not going to necessarily have politicians in heading up government departments, we're going to bring in people with expertise from the outside, I mean, that would be quite a radical thing to do, but
I think the Canadians did it, didn't they? So Trudeau, I think it was Trudeau's government. The Canadians actually put somebody through. Yeah, right. But so that compared to somebody that doesn't know what they're doing and is changed out every sort of 9 months is clearly a much better option. There is something to be said for putting fresh ideas and moving people around into different departments that are bringing a perspective that will bring new ideas. But as a base case, Christ, why are we finding it surprising to put somebody in positions
it's just
that
struck
don't know
me.
what they're doing?
I might have found something that Gina and Nigel Farage might agree on.
Look, I'm not interested in whose politics they are. It's about the country. And at the moment, I do not think, and I don't think most of the business community of people, we have confidence in our Chancellor. I don't think she's the right person for the job. And Andy Haldane, who I actually think should have been the Governor of the Bank of England, why doesn't Starmer put him in the House of Lords and make him, somebody like him, Chancellor? Because, at this moment in our country's history, we have a real problem with growing our economy. We have a real problem with raising taxes at a rate that actually means that we can grow our public services, or we can fund our public services, we can attract inward investment, we can encourage people to build businesses. We're stagnating. We need something to change, and I don't think it's Rachel Reeves.
Okay, Steve.
Well, I think we need a root and branch change of the way we do politics. I think the problem is trying to get business people to get around the cabinet table. Who'd want to? Yeah, well, we're all busy as well, and I think it's a huge problem. But one of the problems with business, what the government do, they talk to business. The Tesco's and the Bank of England and they don't talk to medium-sized businesses. They don't talk to entrepreneurs. And actually, what the crazy thing is that I get better tax breaks investing in other people's businesses rather than my own. So if I invest in a venture capital trust or EIS scheme, I get 30% discount. I get if it all goes wrong, I get a tax break. I get tax-free dividends. But if I invest in my own business, now the government are going to take 20% of it away when I die, we need the government needs to listen to business. I actually met Keir Starmer 2 days before the election. He actually came to our factory and schmoozed my employees, and I said to him, I'm often concerned about the Labour government and business and what policies you're going to make which are going to affect us. And he said, Steve, you've got nothing to fear under Labour. We've listened to Labour, we've listened to business, we understand business, and I thought actually we did all right under the Tony Blair years. And when they won the election, I thought big majority, they'll see the common sense, and actually we could be in for some good times. Hey, look what's happened.
Do you feel let down?
Oh, most certainly. I don't know one single person in business who's saying it's a good thing. And at the end of the day, we don't sell our products to rich people. The majority of our products we sell to ordinary people. And the more money that's in the working man's pocket, the more money we make, the more products we sell. So we want to encourage that. We most certainly are. Yeah, let down. I feel we've been conned.
Now, Kiki, you sell your products to very rich people, I imagine.
I'm not. Are there many left? I don't know. No, to go back to the budget leaks, I think that's been hugely damaging because every time a leak comes out, you think, what's going to happen? Is it going to be, okay, we better make preparation for this. 3 weeks later, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. And then think, we better make preparations for that. And actually what she should have done, I think, is said, the budget is going to be on whatever date it was going to be on, the 26th of November. The budget's going to be on this date. I will not be leaking or talking to anybody about it at all.
Well, that's the thing. Shabana Mahmood was on the Laura Kuenssberg programme yesterday and was refusing to indulge in speculation about the budget. I'm thinking, you might want to have a word with Rachel about that.
You might have a word with Rachel about that because I think it's been horrendous. I think people.
And the thing is, when they started talking about abolishing, what was it, the you can have 25% of your pension tax-free. Well, when they started talking about it, I thought, maybe I should do that now, just to make sure that sort of.
We've had so many clients who've withdrawn. No,
I haven't done it.
Lots of people have looked at that and thought, and have worried, and it's not just ourselves. Our entire sector have seen people taking their 25% tax-free because they're so worried. And actually, what they're doing. They should be saving it. This is the thing. We actually need people to be responsible and save. But the other thing I'd also say is that this idea, it's also commentators as well, when they exaggerated, for example, the U-turn or the supposed U-turn on the raise income tax on Friday. And it was this whole big thing that the markets went into meltdown. The markets did not go into meltdown. If you look at what happened, the markets reacted to what had happened in the US the night before, and actually we were in line with the way the markets were from Thursday to now. We were in line with the UK markets responding to the way the Europe markets and UK, Germany. It was not a meltdown.
No, and you could tell that from I remember watching this on Sky News, and they sort of on the left-hand side of the graph, I think it was bond rates, and it was 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6. And the line was quite sort of squiggly, sort of going up and down, which doesn't really work on radio, but you know what I mean. And it had gone from 4.3 to 4.5. Well, that is not.
Well, in the last 12 months, it's been between 4.2 and 4.9. So it wasn't a huge great reaction. But that whole idea that markets went in meltdown, there has to be responsibility in the commentators and the people talking about this as well, because it makes it sound as though the U-turn was necessary.
But this is what happens when you have a constant feed of stuff that they might do.
You can't. It doesn't help.
You can't stop it. It's like a train that's gone out of control.
I've never seen this happen before, and I suspect you'll all agree that this is the first time that you've had not just the Chancellor, but other members of the government flying kites. I mean, I don't know how much of it is leaking, but flying kites in advance of a budget. Surely, if you're going to want confidence in the business world, you need to say what you're going to do and stick to it, rather than keep going all over the place. I mean, if it's the wrong thing to do, I suppose that doesn't really work. Right, we have to go to the news headlines at 8:30 on LBC with Matt Hewitt.
Refugees will be returned to their home country if it is deemed safe under plans announced by the Home Secretary to change the asylum system. Most will also have to wait 20 years to apply to settle permanently, as Shabana Mahmood aims to restore what she called order and control. The chairman of the BBC has been trying to reassure staff that the US president has no basis for a defamation case over the editing of his speech for Panorama. Samir Shah says he's acutely aware of the privilege of the broadcaster's funding and the need to protect licence fee payers. And people in large parts of northern England are being warned overnight temperatures could fall to minus 10 degrees. An amber cold health alert is in force until Saturday morning. LBC weather, a cold night with showers moving across Northern Ireland and southwestern Scotland, lows of -1 to 6 degrees. That rain spreading southeastwards tomorrow, highs of 10.
On the latest episode of The Newsagents.
The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, seems to have won over an unlikely admirer, one Tommy Robinson. Is that going to help her win the case on tightening immigration rules, or is it going to frighten Labour MPs to death?
Get the latest episode of The Newsagents with Emily Maitlis, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall. Listen or watch on our free Global Player app or the new LBC app.
Ah, what a hotel. The pool, the breakfast, the vibe. Perfect. And the best part, you didn't overpay, because you checked Trivago. On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites and save up to 40%. Same hotel, just at a great price. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel Trivago.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Life feels better with a smile. Banning Dental Group Clinics. Modern, comfortable and affordable dentistry for all. See online for our price match promise. Keep on smiling.
Keep on smiling, and the whole world smiles with you.
banningdental.co.uk.
With Lidl Plus, you can get something for everyone with 3 for 2 across our party time range. Bower buns, veggie spring rolls, pigs in blankets and more. All made to share. Now there's plenty more delicious reasons to keep the party going. Lidl, more to value. 18 plus GB only. While stocks last. Terms apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV. Offer ends 26th of the 11th, 25.
40 million people listen to commercial radio each week. That's 80 million ears, give or take. Amplify your advertising at radiocentre.org.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
8:33 on LBC. On the panel tonight, business people Gina Miller, Steve Perez, Kiki McDonough and Richard Browning. An evil thought struck me.
Oh, Lord.
Kiki. Well, it actually struck Corey, but I'm just going to repeat his words. You've heard today about this idea of seizing the jewellery from refugees. Would you be comfortable selling that as jeweller to the Queen?
I have to say, I thought that was a really extraordinary idea. You know, someone lands on the shore and you go, oh, you know, I'll have that bracelet, I'll have that necklace, I'll have that. No, I don't think that's a very good idea.
It's actually reprehensible, isn't it?
It's shocking.
Just not a very good idea.
No, it's not a good idea at all, and I wouldn't, as a jeweller, play any part in it whatsoever, even if they asked me for a valuation.
So therefore it would be worthless and not worth it. Right, let's go to another question. It's Christian in Red Hill who says, today's government focus is about asylum, but it's all part of the wider narrative against immigration in general. Any immigration. Just how damaging to our economy is this anti-immigrant attitude in this country now? Gina Miller.
I think it's incredibly damaging, but we were here to talk about the economy and the budget. And I think from the point of view that we've got so many vacancies in so many sectors, not least in our NHS, in the care sector, we've got over 130,000 vacancies. You know, the idea of checking every 2.5 years and not allowing someone to establish and have a life here, I think it's just inhumane. I mean, I just don't understand that policy. There were actually some bits that I agreed with in her statement today, in the Home Secretary's statement today about tightening up Article 8 and Article 3 in the ECHR. There were some things, and of course, every government has got to secure our borders. But the way in which they're doing it, I think, is going to damage our economy, because also lots of people come here and they work and they contribute, and the net gain to our economy from immigration is significant. And, you know, people start businesses, their kids then grow up and make inventions and, you know, go to university. Those who aren't allowed to be here should be returned. That's a process that we need to tighten. But also, I think one of the biggest dangers of today's announcement is overpromising. Because how could they say that they're going to do these 2.5-year checks, they're going to do all these things, where's the money going to come from when they can't even release somebody, send them back and get the right person? I mean, it's just extraordinary to me. We need investment in the systems that we already have. We already have returns policies. We already have a way of processing people. You know, we've got to tackle the backlog. We've got to deal with the system we have and make it more robust rather than making these promises, because they'll fail again and then people get even more angry.
Steve?
Well, since Brexit, it's been a huge problem for hospitality, for my businesses. We just can't get people. And, illegal immigration, that's a different matter. But we need immigration. Yeah, I come from, my father was Spanish. Yeah, so I come from that background, but we can't get chefs, we can't get waiters, we can't get bartenders. It's virtually impossible.
Why is it? Because there are plenty, we're told that there there are more than 1 million, 18 to 24-year-olds not in education, employment or training. I mean, they are there. Is it because you're not offering enough money?
I think, well, all people aren't prepared to pay enough money and to eat in a restaurant or everyone's talking about the price of a pint, and we don't value hospitality in the way that we should do, and it is a huge problem in this country trying to get young people into hospitality, and getting people from abroad. It is, they see it, most of them or many of them see it as much more of a career opportunity. Trying to get people to do some of the back of house jobs, such as room attendants and that sort of thing. It's very difficult because of the welfare system. I've spoken to people who want to work and they say, well, actually, you know what, I'm actually better being on better benefits, and that's really difficult for people's mental health if they're actually better off being sat at home than having to pay bus to get to work.
Richard.
A healthy economy has to be an attractive destination for the brightest and best around the world. That at the top level. Then you've got at the other end of the spectrum the illegal immigration problem, which is pretty knotty and needs a decent solution. And then somewhere in the middle, you've got the service sector where, we need to somehow, it's a tough challenge. We need to somehow fuel our businesses with, bright, motivated people that come in and work in healthcare and the social, sector, and the hospitality sector. But you're right to call out the fact, what are we doing wrong with our own population when we've got those hundreds and thousands and even millions of people that aren't feeling like they should step up and get involved with some of those jobs. And I think, yes, welfare is probably one of them. But if I go back to the beginning, the key thing that really bothers me is we need to be attracting the most interesting talent to come here, set up businesses, to study in our universities, to be the founders of companies that 10 years later employ 1,000 people and pump more tax revenue into the economy. It's as simple as that.
Kiki?
Well, I think this goes way back to Tony Blair's government when he came into power, and he did open the borders, which was fine, but I think he should have, before he'd done that, he should have thought about the infrastructure in the country. At the moment, we are paying catch up all the time. There are not enough houses, the NHS waiting lists are huge, schools are buckling under the pressure of the class sizes, and on we go. And so I think that needs to be sorted before we let lots more people in, and then they've got houses and flats and whatever. The other thing is, though, which I'm really sad about, and if there's anyone here listening between the ages of 18 and 25 who isn't working for some reason, and it's just a small reason, please go to work. You'll find your life enriched, you'll meet different people, you'll laugh with different people, you'll find experiences that you never dreamt of.
And possibly even love with them.
And you never know, you might find the man of your dreams or the woman of your dreams. But I think it's such a shame, and if you are listening, please go and try and find a job, because you will not regret it. Your horizons will be broadened. You might even work somewhere for 2 years and decide to start your own business. And really, that's for me.
And you can't beat hospitality, because
it's a great place to start.
You'll meet lots of people, people older than yourself, people younger than yourself. You meet lots of friends, and you may well fall in love. It has to
be better than sitting in front of a television during the day.
Quite.
It really does. Please.
Although young people don't watch television now.
Well, whatever. Their phones or whatever.
Kiki, you're so out of touch.
I know. Listen to me, honestly.
Right, let's go to Marek, who says, with so many business leaders on the panel, could they clarify whether Brexit has created a structural issue for the UK? I can't find a single reason why a foreign multinational would choose the UK over Ireland. Meanwhile, Lee has asked, do you think Brexit has helped or stunted growth, as it's no higher than before Brexit? I don't see any sunlit uplands in this area. Do you, Gina Miller?
Oh gosh, the reality is we are where we are, but the data is now not theoretical. We've had nearly 10 years, and I'm afraid,
had 5 years.
Well, the debate and detracting businesses. Believe me, businesses were not decided they weren't going to stay even before the actual deal was signed. But it is not an attractive place to be. We've got lots of companies who are deciding to go and set up in Europe because they want the access to that marketplace. It's not an attractive place for inward investment because we're not seen as being a stable, competent country. The reality is that we can't undo Brexit. We could possibly look at a customs union, but that will take time. And the problems we have now over the next, to me, are urgent now. So what should we do? I think we should align in certain areas. I think we should have a youth mobility scheme, which means that we get people to come in and work, and in the hospitality industry in particular. But we shot ourselves in the foot. You can't get away from it. It has damaged our economy. It has damaged confidence in the UK. But it's not fixable anytime soon, I'm afraid.
But there are several companies that have decided not to invest here. And when they've been asked, well, why, they say, well, certainly in the last year or so, it's been because of government economic policy rather than Brexit.
It's not just Brexit. It's not just Brexit. And I think the thing is to say that all the problems are sitting there because of Brexit, it's not. And when it comes to immigration, part of the problem why we can't control our borders is because we left the Dublin Accord, and also because we had legal routes through the embassies that we had in EU countries. We no longer have that. So none of this is black and white. Brexit is not the problem. We have lots of domestic issues that we didn't, poor political choices for the last 14 years.
Am I right? And I haven't got the figures on this in front of me, so I may well be wrong on this, but as I understand it, we still have higher inward investment than France and Germany do.
No, our inward investment at the moment is 1.3 billion. It was 22.9 in 2022. It has drastically lowered. People do not have confidence in the UK. We are not attracting inward investment.
Okay, Richard?
It's hard to look at an example where you get stronger as a business, an economy, or a community by cutting yourself off from things. The essence of an economically prosperous circumstance is having connections with a wide variety of suppliers, of customers, of cultures, of talent. It was predictably a nightmare, and it's lived the prediction I frankly had. Yeah, it's been a disaster. But I mean, it does feel like exhausting old news. I feel like we just need to focus on actually picking ourselves up. The only one good thing I can think of is that actually adversity usually breeds a spirit that then sees you pick yourself up. And I think we've done a really good job. COVID has really helped with that as well. I feel like we've just got to take a moment and realise there's no one coming to save us here, that we as the UK, we've done it before many times. We need to just pick ourselves up and recognise actually what made us successful in the first place. And like I say, the two words that I always cling to are innovation and entrepreneurship. And if we can just get a national conversation going around this that has leaders that understand what those words mean, I think we've got a chance of picking ourselves up and making a big success of it.
And an economic policy that encourages businesses to grow and start.
Has to be. That's where it has to start. Otherwise, there's no money to do all the other things we spend all our time debating.
I think that's much more of the problem. And Brexit, to me, is finished, gone. I don't even want to talk about it or think about it ever again. I really don't. Literally, I don't want to talk about it ever again. What I want to do is have a stable economy where we can all look forward. I'm not a great one for looking back on anything particularly, but I would like to look forward. I want to see what's coming down the line. What can we do next? Where can we go? Where can we export? What can we do?
Some ambition and some leadership and some vision.
Exactly what we need. And so yeah, Brexit to me is just dead. It's boring now.
See, why can't Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves articulate it in the way that you just did? Because all we hear from them is gloom and doom. I kind of wanted to play Jerusalem while you were talking.
But on that point, again, this should never be a witch hunt or a personality attack here. They are smart people. I just think that there's no one person that can absorb the scale of the challenges we have and have a decent shot at trying to grapple with this. There's a big system behind both of those individuals doing their best to try and support them, but there is a clear gap. There's a clear gap of experience amongst their ranks of people who have run a market stall right through to an international corporation.
Steve?
I mean, I was hugely frustrated when we were in the EU trying to deal with the EU, particularly in the alcohol sector. It was run by the French and Italian wine conglomerates, and they made the rules. And one of the few benefits of Brexit has been the alcohol duty review, and it's much more sensible and even. It's not weighed against British companies as it was. However, it is a nightmare trying to do business now outside the UK, trying to export stuff, and when we're trying to bring ingredients and that sort of thing in. I mean, the lorries are. I mean, and what I don't understand is we're in Brexit and we bring a lorry into the UK with goods and they get stopped, sometimes for days. So we're not allowing goods to come into the UK. It causes and there's tariffs as well, which increases inflation. So we're kind of blaming the EU for all the problems. We have lots of problems with the EU, but we get as many problems trying to get goods back into the UK. Well, I'm sure people have had problems with their Amazon deliveries from abroad with getting stopped by customs and having to pay duty.
OK, right, we'll move on to some more subjects in just a few moments' time, including our notorious fun question, which Gina's used to, which Kiki's used to, but our two male panellists aren't. 8:47.
This is LBC.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bar's in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code at your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
For the nappies, peekaboos and tea parties. Mess, tantrums and sleepless nights. All those yo-yos, action figures and shinies. Lifts to mates, lifts to parties, lifts everywhere. For each and every one of those teenage years. Let's be honest, you probably owe your parents one. So tell them about pension credit. It could boost their pension income by an average of over £4,000 a year. Pension credit. Credit where credit's due. Eligibility criteria apply.
They did it again. Flour instead of flowers on my birthday. I'm 95 minutes late, but it's hard to leave when you've shared so much. Your postcode, your gluten intolerance. Then I saw it. 25% off your first Ocado shop, plus free delivery. And I just knew I'd found the online supermarket of my dreams. Ocado, life delivered. Geographical restrictions. Min spend £60, max saving £20. Charges and Christmas restrictions apply. New customers only. Terms at ocado.com.
At Amazon, over 50% of deliveries now come with less packaging, or with no added packaging at all. It's a difference you'll notice on your doorstep, where you chat with friends, where your neighbour's daughter practices guitar, and where we deliver your new noise-cancelling headphones in the manufacturer's packaging. Ah, much better. Reduced packaging from Amazon. We're delivering change where it matters, on your doorstep. Based on 2024 UK and EU Amazon packaging data.
Cross Question with Ian Dale. Watch live on both Global Player and the new LBC app.
Gina Miller, Steve Perez, Kiki McDonough and Richard Browning here taking your calls on our special business-themed Cross Question. Robbie is in Chelmsford. Hi, Robbie.
Good evening, all. My question relates to some comments and some ideas put forward by James Reed of the recruitment firm fame last week on LBC, where he talked about the concept of karma capitalism. So I was interested in whether any of you esteemed panellists believed in the concept of karma capitalism, specifically with respect to the idea of employee shared ownership schemes, but also community philanthropy, and whether you employ any of those or would consider doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Of course, James Reed, head of the Reed Employment Agency, was in the headlines the day after he came on Cross Question last week. He was because Peter Mandelson was at a party at George Osborne's house, and his next-door neighbour is James Reed, and he was pictured in the Daily Mail, shall we say, relieving himself on James Reed's garden wall. I just throw that in. Steve.
Sorry.
The question from Robbie about
He's thinking about Peter Mandelson.
Yeah, you don't have to
do you need a moment to gather yourself?
Come now.
Let's go to Gina first, then.
I absolutely believe that business should do good, and it should, you should give back to the community that affords you your success, and that means in, be it through employership or allowing your employees to do volunteering or starting investing in philanthropy or training schemes, whatever it is. That's what good business should do, and I think most good businesses do that. And I go back to the fact that SMEs, small businesses, tend to do a lot of that because we're in the community, we're giving back, and we use our social capital. That's another reason for encouraging small and medium-sized businesses. But absolutely, I mean, I'd call it responsible capitalism rather than karma. I've not heard it called that before. And I've always operated all my businesses. I was a fan of what's called the triple bottom line. So it's about people, planet, and profit. So absolutely, business should be responsible.
Okay. Kiki.
Yeah, I think all size businesses should give back. I'm a business mentor for the King's Trust, which was the Prince's Trust, and I'm mentoring someone who actually has just started her own jewellery business. And interestingly enough, she's learning from my mistakes and mistakes. I mean, it's just been a very interesting journey. And I think, I think people are very responsible now. They may not used to have been, but I think we give to charity, we do all sorts of things, and I think most businesses do.
Let's just repeat the question from Robbie. Do your guests agree with James Reed's karma capitalism concept, whereby some degree of employee ownership and community philanthropy make for better businesses? Richard?
Yeah, I think a successful business should feel almost like a family. So ideally you have people coming to work feeling like they're actually enjoying what they're doing and doing it with people they enjoy working with. So as an extension to that, if it actually has connections into the wider economy, into the wider community, and feels like it's doing some good. In our case, we're very lucky that we don't find it very difficult to inspire kids around STEM subjects because of what we do. And that's a wonderful thing. Again, you have to balance it alongside actually making sure the business is successful to be able to employ the people in the first place. But yeah, I think it's a no-brainer to make that an ambition.
Steve?
Well, one thing is about a private family business, for example, during COVID, we opened our hotels up to the NHS it was a first vaccine centre, proper vaccine centre in Chesterfield. We weren't doing anything, the staff came in for free, and that's the sort of thing we do. It was done really quickly because they only asked me. We didn't have to get permission from head office.
Right, we have a text question now from Tom in Camden who says, is someone who earns a six-figure salary rich? The Times Wealth Survey, which asked more than 4,000 people for their responses, has found that 94% of those people do not consider themselves to be rich, including 90% of those who earn between 100,000 and 125,000, and 76% of those that earn less than more than 125,000. Kiki?
Well, I think people who there are not going to be very many people left earning 100,000 or 200,000 after the budget anyway. But I think it's all relative. I mean, I might think someone who's earning 2 million, for example, I think, oh my goodness, they're rich. Someone might think on my salary, they might think I am. Somebody on 20,000 a year would think someone on 50,000. So it's all relative, and it's an impossible question to answer.
I've always thought the definition of rich is going out and spending whatever you like because you know you can. Whereas for most people, you work to a bit of a budget, you know what your monthly earnings are, and you constrain your spending on that basis. Whereas if you are filthy rich, by which, I don't think someone necessarily on £150,000 a year would be described as rich because maybe they've got no assets.
Yeah, well, exactly. And some people who earn 100,000 a year, and anyway, they're going to pay 45% tax on it or whatever, and they're going to be left with 50,000 a year to spend. But then they might have bigger mortgages. They might have 4 children, not 2. It is very difficult to say. I mean, obviously, Elon Musk is filthy rich. What can you say? And a few other people like that. But I think it's difficult to say. Because it's all relative.
Right, Richard?
Yeah, entirely depends, doesn't it? If you're bringing up 3 kids in central London, that's not as much money as it's going to feel like if you're a single person living, outside of London with that kind of disposable income. So I would deviate the question towards let's just make more people feel like they are rich, because then they're going to pay more tax and it's going to fuel more of the public sector. And we do that by rediscovering what actually business really is about.
Steve?
Yeah, well, as Richard said, 100,000 in London, you're probably quite bored looking at the house prices. Where we live, 100,000, I wouldn't say you're rich, but you're well off.
Gina?
I think you're comfortable and you're not living the life of people struggling who are on, the average wage, which is, I think, about 37,000 or whatever. But, people on that income still depending on their mortgage payments, their kids, their, if you're running a business or you're not paying yourself, which lots of entrepreneurs don't do actually. They don't pay themselves. They pay their staff and their heating. Then it, on paper, it could seem that they're well off, but it's all relative. But also, I think it's focusing on the wrong thing. It actually should be about building aspiration and making people feel comfortable and paying taxes so that those who are falling through society have a safety net.
If a wealth tax, this is from Brian, if a wealth tax were introduced, would any of you consider leaving the UK?
No.
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 You have to think about it, though. Richard?
No, I'd be increasingly disappointed with the direction that the government's going in. But yeah, it's going to damage the country if we keep penalising people who are actually successful.
Yeah, it's a disaster. It's going to end up being a disaster.
Isn't it about fairness as well? So you basically pay the tax you're due, and I think that's one of the things we should be looking at, the tax gap, those who people aren't. So pay your fair share, but it should be fair.
Now, a fun question from Izzy in Wantage. With a statue of Bridget Jones, played by Renée Zellweger, having been unveiled in London's West End today, which other fictional character deserves to have their own monument next? And of course, Izzy lives in Wantage, where there is a statue of King Alfred. I know that because I stood next to it. Richard?
I'll give you a stupid answer. So I set up my business like 9 years ago. Gravity flying jet suits.
You're going to say
did everybody's.
Well, he's going to say Superman.
Very close, rather than myself. No, well, look, I didn't do it because of this, but everybody likens what we do to Iron Man, so why not be Iron Man? Then there you go. It's not very British, but anyway.
So I would put a statue of Scarlett O'Hara, because that woman had such guts. She really was the most gutsy. Well, she probably wasn't the nicest person you've ever met, but she had guts. And so Scarlett O'Hara from Gone with the Wind.
Oh my goodness.
Who a lot of your viewers probably don't even know who I'm talking about.
Well, I'm probably the only person on the panel who's never seen it, but Steve.
I would have the Lemon Man, the Hooch Lemon Man. Because he was banned in the 90s by the drinks industry. He's now been allowed back because of our change of the Hooch Lemon.
Okay, Gina.
You may not know this, but I'm a mad Marvel fan. So.
Is there any reason why I wouldn't know?
No, I know, but I am a mad Marvel fan, so I'm afraid I probably would go one of the Marvel characters and probably be Wonder Woman.
Okay.
Scarlett O'Hara and Wonder Woman. That's a great combination.
Well, thank you all very much for taking part in our business special Cross Question. Back to the normal format tomorrow. Tomorrow's panel includes the business newspaper's City AM's opinions editor, Alice Denby, MPs Alex Sabel from Labour and Sir John Hayes from the Conservatives, and the political commentator and Liberal Democrat activist Matthew Hulbert. They will all be with me tomorrow on the show. Coming up next, we're going to return to the subject of Shabana Mahmood's, or I'm started to call her Shabby Moody. I think she'd quite like that. Her announcements in the Commons today on reforming our immigration laws. In the last hour, in the 7 o'clock hour, we asked if you thought they would work, or did you think that they might possibly give this country an inhumane reputation. Quite happy to take some more calls along those lines over the next hour. Is there anything in particular, though, that you really think the government needs to rethink? And particularly if you're a Labour activist, I wonder if you ever thought you'd see a Labour government coming up with some of these proposals. 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock, the Home Secretary's announced sweeping changes to the asylum system, which she says feels out of control and unfair. Shabana Mahmood told the Commons her plans could unite a divided country.
We are open, tolerant and generous. But the public rightly expect that we can determine who enters this country and who must leave.
The overhaul takes inspiration from Labour's sister party in Denmark and would see refugees return to their home country if it is deemed safe, and
facing questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The Democrats have released private emails sent by the convicted paedophile that reference the US president. One document claims he knew about the girls and spent hours with a sex trafficking victim. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claims the exchanges have been selectively leaked as part of a smear campaign.
This is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. Now they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases.
Sir Keir Starmer's insisted his top team's united despite claims of a leadership plot. Health Secretary Wes Streeting had to come out and strongly deny that he's involved in a coup. The government's apologised after an investigation found decades of abuse at a detention centre in County Durham was ignored by the prison service, police and the Home Office. A report found victims were groomed and attacked at Medhamsley. And the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales, Helen Newlove, has died at the age of 63 following a short illness. Baroness Newlove's husband was murdered by a gang of teenagers in 2007. In the city, the FTSE 100's closed up 12 points at 99.11. The pound buys $1.31 and €1.13. LBC weather. Rain continues to head north tonight, lows of 3 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Daryl Jackson.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale.
Hello, a very good evening. It's 2 minutes past 8 on LBC. Welcome to Wednesday's Cross Question. Joining me on the panel, to my left, Stephen Kinnock, Labour Health and Social Care Minister and MP for Aberystwyth and Maesteg. Next to him is Sir Ranil Jayawarden, a former Conservative Cabinet Minister. To my right, Zoe Williams, columnist for The Guardian. It's been too long since you've been on, Zoe. We've missed you. And next to her is James Reed, Chairman and Chief Executive of the employment agency Reed. And he's the author of this new book, Karma Capitalism. He'll explain what that's about in just a few minutes' time. So they're here to answer your questions. 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp us on that number, text 84850, and of course watch us on Global Player, the LBC app, or the LBC YouTube channel.
Call 0345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross Question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Well, let's go to our first question. It's a text question from Andrew, who says, it appears today that certain people within Downing Street have lost confidence in Sir Keir Starmer's premiership. Do the panel think this is a view shared more widely within Labour and also among Labour voters? And if the forthcoming budget goes down badly, does the panel think that a leadership challenge will now inevitably follow? Well, I've got to come to you, Stephen, first, haven't I, on this?
Thank you very much for that, Ian. Of course.
Well, I almost feel sorry for any Labour MP that's on the media today, because it's not an easy place to be, is it?
Well, it's absolutely fine, because governments, of course, go through challenging periods. The key thing is that you've got to stay focused on the task at hand, which is rebuilding our public services after 14 years of neglect and incompetence, getting our public finances back onto an even keel. And as Keir made it absolutely clear in Prime Minister's questions today, Wes Streeting is doing a fantastic job as Health Secretary. I can attest to that because I work very closely with Wes. I'm in his ministerial team. It is more than a full-time job, and he's absolutely focused on getting waiting lists down, delivering 5 million appointments when our manifesto pledge was 2 million, 2,500 more GPs on the front line. It's about delivering for public services, getting our public finances back to where they need to be, and that is what Keir Starmer is completely focused on as well.
So Wes has never sat you down in a quiet moment and said, Stephen, if it comes to it, I've got your support, haven't I?
I tell you what, I was getting FOMO today with all these stories about the people being tapped up for this, that and the other, and I was starting to think, God, what is it? Is it something about me? Maybe
you should be doing the tapping up.
No, the whole thing is just, I think, a bit of a sort of episode of celebrity traitors. I think certain people in 10 Downing Street have gone rogue. I think that's clearly what's emerged today.
Do you know who they are?
We've got to stop that, because it's deeply unhelpful and deeply regrettable. I genuinely have no idea. I think all the kind of Westminster bubble stuff about off-the-record briefings and unnamed sources and a government source here, a Labour source there. Who are these people? Who are these people? I genuinely have no idea. If they think that's the dark arts, I would say it's more Mr. Bean than Machiavelli, frankly.
Now, Ranald, you've been through, in your relatively short time in Parliament, you went through a few leadership contests. I mean, does this have the feel of something that in the end is going to result in something, or do you think it's another one of these things, a bit like the anti-Burnham thing at the Labour conference, it'll wash itself out?
Look, with regret, yes, I have been through this sort of stuff in the not-too-distant past, and with regret for our country, because, it's important to have a strong government. This is exactly what happened to us. The Labour Party here is turning its fire on itself. And, either, there are two important things here. Either Keir Starmer's lost entire control of number 10, or they are out to kneecap Wes Streeting, his words, not mine. That's one really important thing. The second thing here is this is happening in part because he simply is not willing to stand up to his own MPs on things like welfare reform, which has resulted in the environment, and I've been there before, it's resulted in the environment that anyone in the Parliamentary Labour Party thinks they can get what they want. And with that sort of disorder, the end is nigh.
Sorry, Williams, great copy for columnists in The Guardian, this, but...
Yeah, I knocked it off in 20 minutes.
But what about Andrew's question? Do you think that a lot of people have lost confidence in Keir Starmer? Do you think that he's on the skids?
I think the thing is that everybody's lost confidence for a different reason. So, the public perception is that he flip-flops. Under enough pressure, he'll go back on anything. He doesn't cleave to his own values. Everything you thought you knew about him over a period of only just over a year, it turns out not to be true. He seemed like a human rights lawyer. He doesn't seem to care that much about human rights. He seemed like a left-winger. He immediately didn't seem like that anymore as soon as he became leader. So there's a kind of body of people who don't really know who he is because he isn't how he seemed. Then of course, there's a kind of anti-welfare reform faction within the party, which everybody talks about a lot, and they got very kind of severely punished, and the whip removed from 4 of them, although that's now been restored. They don't seem to be the coherent people acting against him, though. Wes Streeting, there have been rumours about Wes Streeting, about Keir as the kind of placeman candidate, and Wes Streeting kind of gearing up to launch a challenge since before Keir even won the leadership. So, whether or not these kind of rogue agents from inside Downing Street have just decided to kneecap Wes Streeting for absolutely no reason, or whether this is the result of a coherent strategy on behalf of the Health Secretary, I don't know, but also I don't really care, because it doesn't, until somebody in that high command acts like they know who they are and will do what they say and won't just cow to anything reform says, and won't be back the next day saying stop sowing division when they were the ones trying to meet them halfway literally 12 hours before. Until somebody seems like they have some values, some project, some programme, it doesn't really matter what the result of these skirmishes is.
You seem to be saying that Keir Starmer's basic weakness is that he has no ideology, he has no conviction.
Well, that's his weakness as far as I'm concerned. Certainly, but his weakness as far as the general public, I mean, you get this from pollsters. I don't even take pollsters that seriously, but I do listen to them a lot because I'm often on panels with them. His weakness from pollsters' point of view is that he doesn't do what he says he's going to do, and he isn't who he pretends to be. Whether that is that they want him to have more of an ideology, or they just want him to be a more solid bloke, I don't know. And my personal point of view is that unless you actually have a radical, hopeful vision for change, then you're just squatting on the office.
James Reed, as a business person, do you feel utterly frustrated by days like today, when instead of us talking about how to get the economy moving, we're talking about personalities in Westminster?
Completely. I mean, this is not a good look. And I think people are fed up of political infighting, people going rogue when the country's in the state that it's in. And I think we, in business, want to see sort of positive action and real improvements. And this sort of stuff is a big distraction for everybody. I mean, we're all talking about it, and it's dominated the airwaves today. And I suppose if there's smoke, there's a fire somewhere, isn't there? I mean, there's definitely some people in the Labour Party who are sort of agitating. I've certainly got no idea who they are, especially if Stephen doesn't. But there's a problem here, and I think in business, a leader's as good as the team they have around them. And I would urge the Prime Minister to look carefully at the team around him and decide whether he wants to keep them or not.
But he's done that quite often over the first 16 months of his premiership, hasn't he? I mean, not just in terms of cabinet reshuffles, but also, I mean, the team within Downing Street has changed quite considerably over that time, sometimes sort of in the same position 2 or 3 times.
He needs a good recruiter.
Well, I was just about to come to that. Because
recruitment's very important, and this makes the case.
But the thing is, I mean, he has actually run something before. He ran the Crown Prosecution Service, which I don't imagine that as an easy organisation to manage, whereas some Prime Ministers come into power having not run anything. At least he's got that experience.
Well, sure. I think running things is difficult. It's complicated, and it involves dealing with lots of different people with different agendas. But I think being really clear about what you're trying to achieve, having a common purpose, a real narrative around what the destination is and where we're headed, really helps in leadership. And then selecting the right team that will take us there. That's what I'd be looking to do in business.
I mean, the problem with that is that we're pussyfooting around a little bit. He doesn't seem to have a kind of faction in Labour. He doesn't seem to have his own little gang. You know,
I've
never known a Labour
Prime Minister. He didn't grow up in the Labour Party. I mean, Stephen.
But he did, though.
From the boy he was in the Labour Party, so he will have been steeped in all the traditions of the Labour Party. But Keir Starmer wasn't.
Well, no, I mean, Keir Starmer has been a member of the Labour Party since he was 15, not 15 years. That would be a blink of an eye in Labour terms. But look, it doesn't matter. If you've always had Labour politics, you're always going to be able to find a little gang in Parliament, whether it's the Socialist Campaign Group, whether it's the people who are really Lib Dems but found themselves in the Labour Party. You'll always find a gang. Why doesn't he have a gang?
Well, I would say that he has classic Labour values, and judge a guy by what he does rather than all the fancy words that you sometimes get in Westminster. And so what I would say on Keir's values and Labour principles are Employment Rights Bill, biggest upgrade to employees' rights in generations. Renters reform, revolutionising the way that renters get treated, rebalancing the relationship between renters and landlords, renationalising the railways, step by step. Are they Labour policies or not? I mean, this narrative that Keir is somehow rudderless or doesn't have an ideology or worldview, he primarily is a guy that believes in delivery. What matters is what works. But his delivery is underpinned by a set of fundamental values. For some reason, this narrative has got hold. I mean, I came into Parliament with Keir in 2015. I was never in any doubt that Keir has got what I would describe as classic Labour communitarian values.
Well, we've got a question from Wes. Not that one. It's not Wes in Ilford, it's Wesley in Gravesend. He says, isn't it true that many people prefer ideology over pragmatism? And that's quite an interesting question, isn't it? Because it seems to me that Keir doesn't have an ideology, and some people don't want politicians to be too ideological. I mean, Liz Truss was an example, I guess, of that. But voters want it both ways. They want their leaders to be able to articulate their own values, ideology, call it what you will, but then be able to change their minds when they need to.
Well, I think that's right, that you've got to be able to adapt to a situation. The trouble is, you can't promise in a manifesto, for example, no tax increases on income tax, NI and VAT, and then it is rumoured, we will find out in perhaps 14 days, that to hike income tax. You can't do that. No one voted for that, and that damages trust in politics as a whole, but it also damages trust in particular individuals, those people who made those pledges. And so for Sir Keir Starmer and for Rachel Reeves, that sort of pledge that was made, rightly or wrongly, others will judge, that sort of pledge that was made, that is personally very damaging to them. And it also leads to that sort of disruption in the parliamentary party. Well, if that's not required, what else can we ditch? What else can we do? And, on things like the sort of the legislative changes that have been made, the Employment Rights Bill, that's going to create significant problems for many employers across this country. They've already hiked NI for employers, which is making it harder for people to find jobs. Unemployment is going up. It's the highest it's been since the pandemic. This is not a good track record. And so in that sort of environment, it's no wonder our politics is so febrile.
Well, we can have a debate about the Employment Rights Bill. I think I was responding to Zoe's point on this idea that Keir doesn't have a North Star or a political compass guiding him. I've always felt that's complete nonsense. He is Labour to his core. Those policies I've just set out are classic Labour policies. I'm not going to speculate on what goes into the budget. What I would simply say is we have been left with the public finances, and of course, someone that you supported very strongly, Liz Truss.
Rachel Reeves said she wasn't coming back.
Who sent our economy into a meltdown. So I'm not going to take any lectures from the Conservative Party
want to talk over them.
economic or fiscal prudence.
You normally don't ask permission.
I know, but I
carry
want to. Look, I mean, this is absolutely classic, right? You're talking about whether the employment rights bill is gonna kill businesses. You're talking about whether it's an iteration of true Labour values. The truth is, as soon as business leans on them enough, they'll be very susceptible, because they're constantly trying to feint one way and then feint the other. They're constantly trying to say, oh, we're actually a really great friend to business. Oh no, we're on the side of the worker. They cannot decide whose side they're presenting themselves as. If a politician that had more of a sense of identity were to say we're going to do this with employee rights, then you wouldn't get the head of Marks and Spencer saying that's going to crucify us, because they'd just be like, they'd price it in. But nobody prices anything in with Keir because they don't know what the price is.
The employment rights bill is fundamentally a pro-business piece of legislation. Because the way you drive up
leave you two to fight about that.
No, let's get into the 21st century. The way you get proper productivity is through a consulted and happy and motivated workforce. We have this kind of Victorian approach to industrial relations in this country, where you think the way to drive up productivity is by excluding workers from the workforce and treating them like rubbish. How's that going?
It's the employment rights bill.
In the OECD.
We do not have
let's get into the 21st century.
We do not have a Victorian approach to workers' rights in this country, and we have not had since the Victorian era. It's improved enormously over the years, and a lot of business people are saying to me,
you haven't reversed any of the Thatcher.
A lot of people are saying,
employment rights bill will do a lot of that.
Interested in what business thinks. A lot of people are saying to me that they're worried about this employment rights bill because it will put them off hiring, because they're particularly concerned about day one rights, and they don't know what they're going to get. And so, people are saying, well, we're going to stop hiring because we're concerned that we might get someone who won't show up, and then we can't do anything about it, or it's expensive. So, and this isn't just business. I mean, the Resolution Foundation's expressed concerns about it. The Tony Blair Foundation's expressed concern about it. And they're sort of Labour-leaning think tanks, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think the TBI is any more A. B, I don't care if business is upset. I'm happy if business is upset. But somebody's got to pick a side, right? They've just got to... What they can't... No, I'm sort of being facetious. What they can't do is pretend... What they can't do is pretend that everything they do is exactly the opposite of what everybody's saying it is.
Well, can I just agree slightly with Zoe that, if Labour wants to stand up for certain things, which I happen to disagree with, that is a perfectly acceptable thing in a democracy. But you've got to be consistent, because that gives people a direction of travel. And this is part of the problem with what is rumoured to be in the budget. Rachel Reeves said last year, that she'd raised the taxes, but she wasn't coming back for more. But now she's planning to do exactly that. And if the Labour Party, if this government's going to continue to oscillate on things, which is, I think, actually, in a funny sort of way, what Zoe was saying about other things, if it's going to keep oscillating, no one can plan for that. And that's very damaging for the economy. It's no wonder our borrowing is growing faster than any other country in the world.
And I can't plan what protests I want to go on.
On that bombshell, it's 19 minutes past 8.
This is LBC.
When you're smiling. Banning Dental Group clinics. With over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
When it comes to retirement advice, the last thing you want is to be put in a bucket. Seen as this type of person, or that type of person. At Fisher Investments UK, we never put you in a bucket. We always tailor retirement advice that's just right for you. Fisher Investments UK, retirement advice that's as individual as you are. Learn more at fisherinvestments.co.uk. Investing involves the risk of loss. Fisher Investments UK is regulated by the UK Financial Conduct Authority.
At TfL, we're making tube journeys faster in the future, with signalling improvements underway on the Circle, District, Hammersmith and City and Metropolitan lines. And there's also the Elizabeth line, already giving you fast journeys across central London. That is how we're making the greener way to travel brighter for everyone. Search TfL Improvement Plan. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Elizabeth line is fast compared to other TfL modes. Greener than total estimated petrol and diesel car emissions.
Have you ever wondered what a sandwich sounds like?
Not much to it, is there? Unless, of course, it's a Walker's sandwich. That is good. Now that's what a sarnie should sound like. Go all crisp in with Walker's. Delicious.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Text 84850.
21 minutes past 8, we have Labour Health and Social Care Minister Stephen Kinnock with us, James Reid from the employment agency Reid, and Zoe Williams, columnist for The Guardian, and Sarano Jayawardena, who is former Conservative Cabinet Minister. Right, the next question is from Katrina. My daughter has just qualified as a nurse and cannot get a job. What prospect does she have under this government of getting one? The NHS is hemorrhaging money on top-heavy management jobs. It's not acceptable. We had the same thing last week, where people who are qualified doctors can't seem to get jobs, which, on the base, it seems a little odd when we think we're short of nurses and doctors in the NHS. Zoe.
I mean, I think this is a slightly tricky question because NHS they've just signed off on the NHS Public Health England redundancies, which are expensive, but they are meant to get rid of that whole tier of management. So presumably that will have a knock-on effect on if at least the kind of frontline staff versus management weighting. Don't you? I mean, you must agree with me, surely.
Do I?
Yeah,
Do I ever agree with you?
I think you'll agree with me on this instance that it's very hard to take a read on it when that's only just been greenlit.
It's very difficult when one person says that their daughter can't get a job. I mean, there could be. I mean, Katrina, I'm really not saying this about your daughter, but I mean, some people aren't very good in interviews. And
no, I think Christine. I think Katrina's daughter's probably great.
Well, she may well be, but I mean, sometimes when somebody can't get a job, there sometimes is a reason for that, as James will no doubt confirm.
A lot of reasons potentially, but I'm surprised to hear that, though. You know, qualified nurse. I don't know if it's a particular area where she lives or a particular time of the year. I am surprised because I'd have thought that would be a skill that would be very much in demand.
Well, particularly when we seem to be importing so many from overseas.
Right. I mean, I don't understand it really.
Is nursing the big workforce population now? I think that's more social care, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean, when I was in hospital last year, every single nurse on the ward was not from Britain.
Yeah, but they might not have been recruited this year. They might have been recruited 8 years ago.
No, well, that's true, and and they were all brilliant. So
and also,
I'm not
maybe you were in
criticising
Tunbridge Wells.
I was.
Hotbed a hotbed of exciting opportunities all over the world. No, I'm just saying you can't really tell very much about what the populations and who migrated when and who was recruited and who came over for a different reason and trained. You can't really tell that.
But the thing is, judging by the conversations I had with nurses on that ward, several of them were thinking of going back to their own countries because they couldn't afford the rents in Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, well.
So, Stephen, I don't expect you to be an expert on Tunbridge Wells nursing recruitment.
Sadly not. Yeah.
I mean, you're in charge of the social care side of the Department of Health. But can you reassure Katrina that her daughter at some point soon will be able to get a job?
Yeah, I can't comment on the specifics of what's happening with Katrina's daughter, but what I can say is that one of the things we've announced today, actually, is thanks to the abolition of NHS England and the agreement with the Treasury now about how we're going to cover the upfront redundancy costs that come from that, we're going to be able to significantly decrease the amount of money that's being spent on management and administration. As I think Katrina's saying, too many top-heavy management jobs. We would agree with that. We're about reprioritising that funding so that it's going into supporting and staffing the front line, based on the £1 billion of upfront redundancy costs that will enable us to shut down NHS England. We're going to be saving £1 billion a year from that cost centre and putting that into operational frontline services. So that's the kind of thing which I think will help to free up recruitment. We've also got a 10-year workforce plan, which is coming soon. And I think there are some bottlenecks in the system. There are areas where people are getting qualified and then, for whatever reason, the recruitment process isn't working as well as it should be. There's too much bureaucracy. We want to mobilise IT and much better recruitment processes to make all of that work more effectively.
But there is a shortage.
It's the kind of hard
nurses,
yards of fixing a system which was broken, as I say, after 14 years of neglect and incompetence.
But there is a shortage of nurses still.
Yeah, I mean, we've got shortages across the workforce, so it is a bit mystifying to hear what's happening with Katrina's daughter. I know this might sound a bit odd to Katrina, but if she would like to write into us at the Department for Health and Social Care, I'd be more than happy to follow up and try and find out exactly what's happening. There might be an issue with the particular NHS trust, with HR there, maybe with the Integrated Care Board. Could be a whole range of issues that are creating bottlenecks.
But it's the long-term aim to reduce the reliance on nurses and doctors from overseas, because I think 22% of the NHS workforce is from overseas. And a lot of the countries that they come from could quite frankly do with those nurses and doctors in their own countries. And I've always thought it's deeply unethical that we're sort of siphoning them off.
Yes, we have a target of reducing it to 10%. And you're right that there's something deeply ethically suspect around recruiting. I mean, sometimes you have WHO red list countries which are defined by the World Health Organization as being seriously challenged in terms of their health infrastructure, and we shouldn't be recruiting from those countries. So there's a long way to go, but we have that target, and we're very focused on the workforce plan when it comes out. Will illustrate how that's going to work.
Katrina is back on the text and says she's being rejected because she has no experience. And then Matt says, Ian, yes, 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 doing his Meg Ryan impression. I work for the NHS. There are managers coming out of our ears. Nothing to do with NHS England and the trusts. You could halve their numbers and it would have no effect. Randall.
Yeah, can I say something consensual first, which is, given I'm not a player on the pitch, I can say what I think, and I actually do think that abolishing NHS England is a positive reform. I've never been in favour of additional quangos. Anything that drives greater efficiency, I'm absolutely going to applaud. So I fully support that. There are too many people doing jobs that don't need to be done, and NHS England, but also the ICBs across this country are problems. The people working in our hospitals, including the managers in our hospitals, I do think are doing a good job, but we've got too many people away from the front line and perhaps many steps removed from the front line, and that's where there are still, even with this decision, further things to do. But I do think there's a stranger problem. It's not just nurses. I think I read something the other day, may be true, may not be true, but something in this order of 30,000 people qualified to be a doctor, but there were only 10,000 vacancies, and so we've got 20,000 people who've taken the time to qualify, but now can't do anything with that qualification. And yet, at the same time, in recent months, in the last year, GP waiting times in my old constituency have gone up. I'd urge the government to actually go further than they have and strip out more management than they have, because we need to get those people into work serving the public. That's really what the focus should be.
I remember when I was in hospital last year on the ward, every morning this nurse in a purple uniform would appear and just say to the nurses on the front desk, "Everything okay? How's it all going?" And she'd just come down and say that, and they said, "Jolly good, carry on." And I said to one of the nurses on about the third day this time, I said, "Well, who's she then? What level is she?" They said, "We have no idea. She just appears every day and sort of asks us how we're doing to jolly us up." And I'm thinking, well, there must be more to her job than that.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? But even that, keeping morale high in a hospital, that's one thing.
Well, I guess
people away from the front line, I mean, there are plenty more examples of waste.
I don't think that's an example of anything, Ian. I just don't have there is not enough data there.
Leave me with my anecdotes. Sorry, I've got nothing else. Right, we'll come to more of your questions in a few moments' time. 0345 6060 973. You're listening to LBC. It's 8:30, and here's Darryl Jackson with the news headlines.
The White House has accused Democrats of trying to smear Donald Trump by selectively leaking emails from paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Among them is a document in which the disgraced financier claimed the US president had spent hours with a sex trafficking victim. The Prime Minister's told MPs he didn't authorise briefings against the Health Secretary and insisted his team is united. It's after Wes Streeting was forced to deny swirling rumours that he's plotting a coup.
And a report found abuse was ignored at a detention centre where a man described as possibly the UK's most prolific sex offender worked. Young men were routinely abused over 3 decades at Medhamsley in County Durham. LBC weather. Rain continues to head north tonight, leaving drier spells behind. Mild for most, but chilly in Scotland with a low of 3 degrees.
This is LBC.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Got any tips? Your best bet is to play Bet Victor's daily free-to-play guaranteed prize wheel.
What guaranteed prizes does this guaranteed prize wheel guarantee?
The guaranteed prize wheel means you're guaranteed to win prizes, like free bets, free spins, exclusive offers and cash. Guaranteed.
What was it called again?
Guaranteed prize wheel.
Well, I guarantee I'll give it a spin.
And I guarantee you'll win a prize.
Listen to Harry and make your best bet on Bet Victor's guaranteed prize wheel. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. Opt in and spin the wheel. Rewards expire 24 hours after claiming. Gambleaware.org.
When it comes to retirement advice, the last thing you want is to be put in a bucket. Seen as this type of person or that type of person. At Fisher Investments UK, we never put you in a bucket. We always tailor retirement advice that's just right for you. Fisher Investments UK. Retirement advice that's as individual as you are. Learn more at fisherinvestments.co.uk. Investing involves the risk of loss. Fisher Investments UK is regulated by the UK Financial Conduct Authority.
Step aboard the legend of the Titanic, London's award-winning exhibition devoted to the world's most famous ocean liner at Dock X Canada Water. Walk her decks, explore her cabins, discover her secrets. With 360-degree projections, VR, an interactive metaverse, artifacts and more. Book your tickets today at legendoftitanic.com.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:32. Let me reintroduce my panel. Stephen Kinnock is Labour's Health and Social Care Minister, MP for Aberystwyth and Maesteg. Zoe Williams, columnist for The Guardian. Sir Ranald Jayawarden, former Conservative Cabinet Minister. And James Reed, Chairman and Chief Executive of the employment agency Reed. And he's the author of this new book. If you're watching, I'm brandishing it in front of the cameras. It's called Karma Capitalism. It's a biography of Boy George. No, it isn't. It's Why Being a Good Business is Good Business. 30-second elevator pitch.
It's an orange book. It's a small book that contains a big idea. The big idea is called a Philco, which is a philanthropy company. And Karma Capitalism is introducing this idea and encouraging other businesses to become philanthropy companies, which is a company that's owned at least 10% by a charitable foundation. And what's interesting in all the research that we did for this book, companies that have that DNA are more successful than companies that don't. They last longer, they're better places to work, and they make more money. And the other thing they do is spin off a lot of benefits to society through the dividends they pay to the charitable foundation. So there are some great companies in the book. IKEA is one, Lego is another, Rolex, Novo Nordisk, Maersk, Patagonia in America, that do wonderful work beyond what they do for their customers. And I want to change the DNA of capitalism in one Philco at a time. That's my elevator pitch.
So presumably this can apply to small and medium-sized companies as well as all the big names that you've just
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're not a huge company, Reed. We're a philanthropy company. 18% of our shares.
Everyone's heard of you, though.
Well, we hope we do a bit of advertising, obviously, in other channels. So I hope so. I hope it's money well spent. But yeah, we are a philanthropy company. Though 18% of our shares are owned by a charitable foundation, Reed Foundation, which means we work 1 day a week for charity. And people really like that. So people like working in the company because of that, and people like doing business with us because of that.
Does it frustrate you that a lot of people often think of business people as sort of avaricious, just after more money, more and more money, never satisfied by it, without any care for their workers? Now, I know that's not true. Most business people are very ethical and they do care about their workforces. But I know a lot of people are frustrated by that.
Yeah, and I can see where that sort of sense of frustration and dislike comes from. And the purpose of this book is to put business back on the front foot so that it's doing the right thing, not the wrong thing. And what's interesting, it doesn't change the way of doing business, being a philanthropy company, but it does change the way of being a business. It changes the whole way you think about it. And it's much more long-term in its approach. So you don't get companies being flipped or ripped apart by private equity in this model because they're better able to defend themselves. So I think this is a really strong business model. It works for the business and it works more widely. And I really want to just make people aware of it. That's the goal.
Zoe, good interview for you for The Guardian.
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody like me would have some questions around why you need to make it. Like the way to distribute the profits of business would be to just make it flat structured and put everybody on the same basis, right? Just have total employee parity.
Or communism.
Well, it will be communism. It will be communism if you let them live in your house.
Zoe,
No.
I mean, that's what. I mean, I don't think that works. That's a different idea.
Well, kind of. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I am sort of saying put the means of production back into the hands of the labourer, but I'm not only saying that. The thing with philanthropy, which is a kind of uncomfortable frame, is that it's a little bit disempowering. Whereas when you go towards a kind of flat structure or a cooperative structure, then you're sort of trusting the people who you work amongst to be as smart as you are.
Well, I think there are many ways of running an organisation. We've sort of stumbled upon this by accident, and I tell the story in the book. And what I've found is it's been really good for our business, but it's also led to a lot of other positive things. We have a charity called Big Give that raises millions every year for all sorts of charities. And we wouldn't have been able to do that or support that if we hadn't been a philanthropy company. And I think you want a mixed economy. You know, the government has a role, obviously, and does important work, but then so should other organisations. And the more we unleash sort of social entrepreneurs across society, the more we'll get done.
OK, well, let's go to our next question. It's Joe in Leeds. Joe, what's your question, please?
Oh, thank you, and thanks for taking my call. I'd just like to ask you in the panel, don't we really need to reform IR35 now? Because it was completely messed up, I think, by the last government who tried to sort of tamper with it. It's really made it difficult for people to be self-employed and to do the right thing, and take a risk, perhaps set their own business up in, whether it be in IT or whether it be in the building services, construction industry. It's especially difficult to get companies to follow it, and it's a particularly good means for older people because, like it or not, there is ageism in the workplace. I mean, I've experienced it, and it's something which enables people to stand out on their own, do their own thing. But the governments of all persuasions have just made it difficult. And we just need it to be reformed and appreciate that there's more than one model to working, not just being in a line position. There are people doing fractional work. There's people doing consulting, contracting, fixed-term contract work. And the government just needs to get out of the way a bit and let people flourish rather than be put on the scrap heap and claiming benefits, as it were.
OK. Now, James, just tell us what IR35 is.
Well, these were rules that were changed, right, as described by the previous government, that enabled people to set up as companies in their own right. So it enabled small entrepreneurs to get started. And I think there was a sense that there might be tax leakage through that way of working, but it was very entrepreneurial, and there were a lot of people who used that.
But George Osborne restricted it, didn't he?
He did, and every time I'm on one of your programmes, there's a caller who asks about this.
It's a big
long-standing issue, and I think it should be revisited.
But how does it actually affect somebody who's like trying to make a go of things? How does it affect?
Well, I think it was a way of setting yourself up as a self-employed person that is now not available to nearly so many people, and I think it was very effective, but I think there were abuses. There were some people who were in sort of long-standing jobs, where they weren't really. And so I think that it was a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut scenario, and I think it should be revisited because I think we want to get more entrepreneurial energy, as suggested, into our economy. It's really important if it's going to grow and flourish.
Ranald?
Yeah, look, I don't speak for the Conservative Party anymore, and that gives me the freedom to say absolutely. I've always been a believer that IR35 was a bad policy. I actually think the first restrictions came in under Gordon Brown. Yes, George Osborne further restricted it, and Philip Hammond. I think the Treasury is also very behind restricting it as a matter of policy, because the Treasury likes people being on PAYE, on payrolls, where it's all very predictable, a tax can be collected very easily, rather than people being entrepreneurial and setting out on their own. And, you know, people who are taking the approach of being a contractor and so on, they're taking a risk, right? So if they are sick, they don't get paid. If they take holiday, they don't get paid. If they are between jobs because the contract has ended, and they've not found a new one, they don't get paid. And so that's why there should be a different treatment for people who are taking that risk. And so, yeah, I mean, I very much hope that there was an effort to try and get rid of that. We were not able to land that in the last Parliament. I hope a future government, or dare I say this government, might look at it again.
Well, it's interesting because the loan charge, which we've covered on the programme quite a lot, is all part of this. And I know the government's had a review of the loan charge. I think it's reporting very soon. And Stephen, you obviously can't give away anything in the budget, even if you knew what it was. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, if Rachel Reeves stood up on the 26th of November and said, I'm abolishing IR35 and I'm going to abolish all of the loan charge thing, then she would be seen as slightly heroic among small business people. I don't think she would do that, but it would counter a lot of the other things I think she probably is going to announce.
Well, these are very well-made points and well noted. I suppose it's that constant thing, isn't it, about defining what it means to be self-employed. By definition, you need to show that you're working for a range of different clients rather than actually you've just got one employer and really you should be on payroll and you don't qualify for self-employed status. How do we get the balance right so we unleash the entrepreneurship and creativity and get people to be able to take risks and have employment status that works from that point of view, whilst also ensuring that, as you say, people aren't cooking the books and abusing the system? It's a really difficult balance to strike, but I'm sure that Rachel and the Treasury are thinking about it very carefully.
I can guarantee you the Treasury aren't, because as Ranald says, they're the ones that want to expand it.
Well, right. There's a growth agenda as well that we must remember.
Hopefully.
Not seen it.
I wonder when we'll find out what it is.
Yes.
You're mean.
Well, okay. We've got interest rates cut 5 times.
Yeah, but that's
wages going up more in the last 10 months than they did in the last 10 years.
Inflation very high. Well, unemployment up.
But we've actually got highest growth in the G7 for the first 6 months of this year. After the absolute bin fire that we inherited.
I was giving a talk to the Camden School for Girls this afternoon. Lots of boys there as well. And I was trying to tell them what it was like in the 1970s, when instead of inflation being 3.8%, it was like 25%.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see them in the audience thinking, really? No, he must be making that up.
Yeah.
Anyway, right, we'll come on to more questions in just a moment. Let's go to a break a little bit early, because then we can fit in some longer questions in the final quarter. It's 8:44.
LBC.
You plan a holiday, you plan a commute, meal plans, career plans, even workouts need a plan. So doesn't it stand to reason that your money has one too? Because the sad truth is, if it doesn't, it's just sitting there, barely growing, if at all. That's why you need a money plan. And Quilter can help. It's a lot easier to stick to than a workout plan. Money needs a plan. Quilter. Pensions, investments, advice. Find out more at quilter.com.
Waitrose presents I really fancy a mince pie. One man's selfless journey from sofa to kitchen. I'm getting up. For a #1 golden mince pie with juicy golden raisins, cherries and apricots, and zesty limoncello.
With some cream.
For a #1 golden mince pie with juicy golden raisins, cherries and apricots, zesty limoncello, and a dollop of fresh cream.
Limoncello.
Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Selected stores subject to availability.
Octopus Energy. Great value and outstanding customer service. Recommended by Which? 8 years running. Octopus Energy.
Calling all black cab drivers. Let's talk about those quieter times when your meter's taking a little nap.
Why not consider Uber? We can give your meter a wake-up call. Join close to 1,000 black cab drivers already on Uber and gain access to millions of passengers at the touch of a button. Black cabs on Uber are priced by your meter, and the service fee will be no more than 5% until the end of 2025. Turn downtime into prime time. Go to uber.com/black cabs to start earning today. Terms and conditions apply.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
8:45 on LBC. Stephen Kinnock, James Reed, Zoe Williams and Ranald Jawad are here with us answering your questions. Here's a text question from Robert in East Grinstead. If Trump is hypothetically removed from office for his Epstein links, would that not, again, like Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, be a totally Pyrrhic victory for victims of sexual abuse? Now, new emails released by the Democrats in the US Congress make various allegations about Donald Trump's links to Jeffrey Epstein, including one sent by the paedophile financier himself, which claims the president spent hours with one of Epstein's victims. The White House has dismissed the claims as a smear, and Trump denies any wrongdoing whatsoever, as, of course, does Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Glad we've cleared that one up. Zoe.
I don't understand what the caller means by Pyrrhic victory. How on earth would that be a victory that had somehow become problematic for the people making the allegations, or indeed the people castigating the allegations? The problem with this scandal, along with every single thing that's ever tainted Trump, is that Democrats, and frankly all of us everywhere, are still playing by the old rules. We're still going, oh, he said he wanted to grab women by the pussy, he must be ended by this. We're still saying we thought Stormy Daniels was going to end him. We think these scandals are going to end him, and all they do is make him stronger. We've just got to become more agile.
How do you explain that?
Well, I think because and this is actually often how you identify the far right, he identifies them, he says the media is a force of evil. He doesn't respect it as a gatherer of truth in any form. So every time it attacks him, he uses that as grist to the mill, that the media is both mendacious, it's fake news, but it's also against me and therefore it's against you. So he's created a ratchet effect where the more people go after him, the more strength it gives to his elbow, but also he's got this kind of simultaneous bully narrative, which you see with him in the BBC, where he's kind of incredibly whiny and like, oh, they said a mean thing, fake news, where in fact he's getting a lot of strength from this and he's not in any way damaged by it. So we collectively, I don't know, I'm kind of talking to myself as a feminist, but I'm also talking to the international left. I'm talking to everybody everywhere who doesn't share Trump's politics. We've got to get better at this, because there is no way on God's earth, even if we got a picture of Trump actually having sex with Virginia Giuffre, there is no way that would bring him down.
And we should say that the Republicans are saying, well, Virginia Giuffre has said that Donald Trump is not implicated in any of this.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, he might take you to court now for $1 billion.
Well, we don't want to be the second UK broadcaster to be taken to court.
That's going to be your problem, amigo, because I don't have $1 billion.
Yeah, but you can still be sued for whatever you have.
Okay.
James.
Whatever.
I think it's a serious danger for President Trump. I mean, everyone who's been these leaked emails seem to come out week after week, and they're hugely damaging. I mean, we saw what happened to Peter Mandelson as well. I can't really think about it in terms of victories. It's just so awful, this whole scandal. But I think I share the view it'd be good to get to the bottom of it. What really happened here, and who was involved?
But these
is there
emails,
any justice possibly for the people who were the victims?
But I said earlier on the programme that these emails, there doesn't seem to be any sort of smoking gun there, and if there was, surely they would have released others, because there's apparently 23,000 of them, so they've released 4 today.
I know.
How many of those relate to Donald Trump, I have no idea. But on the basis of what they've released today, you can't sort of say, well, he's in real trouble now.
The problem is the problem is twofold. First, Donald Trump enjoys getting this kind of flack. He uses it. And second, the Democrats are so bad at this. They're so like, oh, he's really toast now. You're like, no, he is not toast.
The timing's interesting as well, isn't it? With regards to the government shutdown there.
Yeah.
The timing seems sort of suspicious in terms of the leaking. Look, I've not seen the particular emails.
I don't think they were leaked. I think they published them.
Whatever. But, the publishing of these at this time, right during the fact that they're trying to reopen the government in the US and get people paid and get government going again, it seems there's politics at play here, and that shouldn't be the case with something so serious. Look, and also, as you say, this is just a snapshot of a much wider set of emails and documents. Clearly, until everyone's seen everything, really it's quite difficult to comment.
Stephen?
I think the reason that these emails have been released is because the shutdown ended, and that enabled that congresswoman to come and swear in. And as a result, they got the numbers to enable the publication of this cache of emails and other materials. I actually agree with James. We need accountability and justice in any case. If there's any evidence of criminal activity, whoever it is has to be held to account. But whether or not that's going to happen in the United States is completely a matter for Congress and the American system. And as a member of the government, I'm not going to comment on that. Regarding Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, he has
said, it seems.
Mountbatten Windsor. Yeah, I see. He's hyphenated.
It was always spelled like that.
Oh, right, okay. He has said that he is prepared to cooperate with the inquiries and give evidence, and I hope that he remains true to his word.
Now, the shutdown is actually still in progress, and the House of Representatives is voting on the deal to end it in the next few hours. So you'll get some more news on that.
Oh, I thought that it enabled her to come and get sworn in.
I think once she is sworn in, I think that is the intention.
Right, that's the trigger. Okay,
but this will come before it.
Okay.
And let's go on to a different question. Jamie has an innovative solution to reduce prison overcrowding. Jamie in York says, does the panel think capital punishment should come back to help reduce prison overcrowding? Now, let me give the background to this, because there is some background. Independent MP Rupert Lowe, formerly of Reform UK, asked Keir Starmer during PMQs today whether he believes there should be a referendum on bringing back the death penalty for crimes so monstrous, but the Prime Minister said that is not the answer. Ranald?
No.
Do you want to expand on that?
I think we've seen, sadly, so many miscarriages of justice. Yes, perhaps for lesser crimes than Rupert Lowe was referring to today, but the risk there is so significant. And
is it with DNA now?
Well, but equally, think about where we're going technology-wise. All sorts of things are increasingly possible. So, no, I'm not in favour of reinstating the death penalty. If it was ever to sort of be brought before the House, if I ever was in Parliament at that time, of course, I'd hear arguments. I think that's really important. For Parliament to hear arguments and for it to be a free vote as it has been in the past, but no would be my instinct, because the risk of innocent people being prosecuted, being sentenced to death, and us finding out later that they were innocent all along is just too great.
Okay, Stephen.
No, I agree with Ranil on this. We need to ensure that people who are found guilty of a crime are punished. But to have capital punishment where the risk of getting it wrong, even if that risk only happens in, 1 in 10,000 or 50,000 cases, that's one too many. That's not ethically the right place for the British government to be.
James.
Well, I saw the question. He did say when it was definitely clear who the perpetrator was. So, which my reason for saying no is executing the innocent is clearly wrong. Some of these cases are so appalling, you can see why he's asking the question. And, I'm not in favour of capital punishment, but I think a lot of people are wondering, whether the law is being upheld as well as it could be. So, I think it'd be interesting if there was a debate in Parliament on it, or if there was a debate in the country on it.
That's ridiculous. If the law
Right.
isn't being upheld as
Are you
well
going
as
to wake up?
the justice
All right, just
system is
turn it all
creaking
off
and the
anyway.
prisons are overcrowded, the answer to that is not to start killing criminals. That's not a good answer. There is a moral case here about the right of the state to take away the life of a human being, and there is a case that, however gruesome and appalling a person is, everybody is capable of redemption. Everybody is. We've all read about the most terrible criminals in Grendon, the world's first psychotherapeutic prison, and the kind of the way the human spirit can turn a corner. There is absolutely no justification for the state to take away.
Well, I'm not in favour of the death penalty, but to think that somebody like Rose West or Fred West can be redeemed and rehabilitated is just for the birds.
I know, but it's not for you to say, is it? I mean, I'm not religious, but I know it's not for you to say. It's not for me to say, and it's not for us to take anybody. Anyway, listen, that's not even the point. The point is, you can't start killing people just because you can't run a justice system.
No, look, I am against.
The second point is.
Okay.
The second point is that, we've seen how ugly as soon as these kind of absolutely toxic, binary, uncompromising debates are thrown into the political arena, we have nasty, nasty fights about them that last for years, get us nowhere and take us away from the business.
Democracy,
No, it's not about democracy. I'm sorry, Ian, that is not true. We've lived through the last 10 years of these binary politics where right-wing outriders like this Reform MP come in and they're like, hey, why don't...
Some celebrations are still going on. As they say, no Scotland, no party. And I think, as we can see there, this party has just begun. It was a phenomenal night here at Hampden Park. And I think there will be many sore heads, sore throats this morning as people are either waking up or heading home. I think there's also still a bit of disbelief as this settles in, that it's finally happening after almost 30 years that Scotland's men's team is finally going to the World Cup finals. And the First Minister, John Swinney, he said, fabulously well done. Such a joy to watch. Such an amazing, spirited performance. And Scotland's team captain, Andy Robertson, he said that it will go down as one of the greatest nights of his life. He said, we put the country through it, they certainly did, but I'm sure it's worth it. We're going to the World Cup. Now there will be that scramble as the Tartan Army head to the US for hotel rooms. They'll want tickets for the matches, and they'll want flights. So I think it is going to be chaos for the next weeks and months. And one fan said last night as he was coming out of Hampden that his daughter's actually getting married in the summer, but he was going to ask her to change it. So priorities there. I think the Tartan Army is just getting warmed up for this summer.
Oh, Alexander McKenzie, thank you. Great scenes there from Hampden Park last night. And Wales could yet join Scotland and England at next year's World Cup after they beat North Macedonia 7-1 last night to secure home advantage for their qualifying playoff semi-final. Harry Wilson scored a hat-trick in the win, with Wales putting in an impressive performance as they look to reach the World Cup for only the third time in their history.
Exhausting after all that. But in other news this morning, with a week to go before the budget, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, will be watching this morning's inflation figures closely. We're expecting an update on the rising cost of living in the next hour, and Peter is here to tell us what it could mean. What are you looking out for, Peter?
Yeah, these figures really closely watched all the time, John, but especially so, as you say, ahead of a budget. Good morning, everyone. A budget that the Chancellor has said is going to target the rising cost of living. So what are we going to be watching out for? Remember, when we talk about inflation, we are talking about the speed at which prices are going up. Prices for all the goods and services we buy, so food and petrol, haircuts and dental appointments. And here we go. These are the key numbers to watch out for, because in September, the inflation rate was 3.8%. Now, that was actually the same as the month before. But that doesn't mean that prices were the same. It just means they were still going up at the same rate, the same speed. So, on average, something that cost you £100 last September, well, it would have cost you £103.80 this September. Crucially, it's still above this number. This is the Bank of England target for inflation. It's the number that the Bank of England reckons is about right, about manageable for price rises. And this is still just an average, though. So some things, like food, for example, are still going up by more than the headline rate. Although, last month, this figure did ease slightly. So that's another thing we'll be watching out for this morning. The reality, though, is even when the inflation rate eases, well, things are still incredibly tricky. In the heart of the Black Country, they've been making pork pies in the same traditional way for nearly 80 years. Fluctuating prices for meat, potatoes, pastry ingredients are nothing new. But the past year has seen a triple whammy. Food, energy and staffing costs, all on the rise.
We've obviously seen a lot of rising costs. I think if you look at the raw material base, they've increased significantly. So food inflation's at a peak. I think the biggest challenges we've faced over the last 12 months or more have been the rise in the national living wage, national insurance contributions and so on. So that's had a significant impact on our ability to invest and grow.
Alan reckons that increase in his wage and tax bill has cost the business an extra £200,000. That's meant higher prices for his customers, less cash to invest in equipment, and putting off plans to export and grow. Inflation, the way we measure the rising cost of living, is far below the peak that followed Russia's invasion of Ukraine. However, prices are still rising faster than the rate the Bank of England tries to keep inflation at. If the last budget's higher employment costs are contributing to the problem, is there anything the Chancellor, Peter Reeves, can do in the next budget to ease price rises?
When it comes to inflationary pressures, there's obviously a lot that the Chancellor could do, but it's not necessarily the right policy choice. So, for example, she could cut VAT rates, and that would immediately lower inflation, but that's not necessarily what she would want to do.
The government has promised targeted action to ease price pressures. BBC understands this could come in the form of support to lower energy bills. Back in Dudley, that would be welcome.
I think a reduction in taxation, some support with things like utility costs and things would go a long, long way. We need to be profitable. We need to be sustainable. So we need as much support as we possibly can.
It's expected that global factors, statistical factors, Bank of England action will reduce inflation further from here. For households and businesses, that can't come too soon. Peter Ruddick, BBC News. In fact, the expectation is that inflation eased last month in October, but we'll find out for sure in just under an hour's time. I'll have all the details then. But John, the pressure on households and the Chancellor will remain.
OK, Peter, for now, thank you very much indeed. Next, American politicians have paved the way for the US government to publish files from the investigation into the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Both chambers of Congress voted to force the Justice Department to release the documents after an apparent change of heart by President Trump. He had previously described the campaign to release the documents as a Democrat-led hoax, but later he urged Republicans to vote for their publication. President Trump has defended the Saudi Crown Prince after the killing of the journalist Jamal Khashoggi at the kingdom's Istanbul consulate 7 years ago. Mr. Trump insisted that Mohammed bin Salman knew nothing about the killing, contradicting US intelligence findings. Our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman explains.
This was the ultimate lavish welcome for Mohammed bin Salman. Mr. Trump grasping the hand of the Saudi Crown Prince with a flypast of the American warplanes he wants to buy. But this still amounted to a gold-plated rehabilitation of a leader Washington once saw as a pariah over the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, a prominent journalist and critic based in the US at the hands of Saudi agents in 2018. The inevitable question quickly arose in the Oval Office.
Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You with who?
ABC News.
Fake news. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. but he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
It's painful, honestly. Mistake, we're doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Jamal Khashoggi's murder and dismemberment at a Saudi consulate in Turkey sparked global outrage. The US intelligence assessment later said the Saudi Crown Prince approved the operation that led to his killing, even though he denied any prior knowledge. Khashoggi's widow, Hanan El-Atta, tagged Mr. Trump in an ex-post after his Oval Office comments, saying, "There is no justification to murder my husband," describing him as a good, transparent and brave man. She called on the Crown Prince to meet her and apologise.
This was an extraordinary defence by President Trump of the Saudi Crown Prince, going so far as to say he didn't know anything about the murder of Jamal Khashoggi. And it amounts to Mr. Trump, not for the first time, taking the word of a foreign leader over that of his own intelligence agencies. It was Mr. Trump's remarkable backing for the Saudi leader over the death of a dissident that dominated their public comments, an event which had previously left the Crown Prince a global outcast. Now he got the president's most extravagant treatment yet at the White House. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Washington.
Here, the 5-day strike by resident doctors in England is due to come to an end in the next hour. It is the 13th time that members of the Doctors' Union at the British Medical Association have walked out over the last 2 years in a dispute that largely centres on pay. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, says doctors are inflicting pain and misery on their patients. MPs, peers and parliamentary staff have been warned by MI5 to stay vigilant over suspected Chinese espionage. The security service says it has identified 2 individuals on LinkedIn who were trying to recruit individuals on behalf of Beijing. Henry is live in Westminster for us, where I guess, Henry, there's quite a lot of anxiety over this.
Yeah, no doubt, John, and it's quite something when the Speaker of the House of Commons and his counterpart in the House of Lords write to all MPs and members of the House of Lords and say, attached is a espionage alert from MI5. I think that certainly made lots of people in Westminster yesterday stand up and pay attention. But actually worth stressing that the focus here is not actually MPs and members of the House of Lords specifically. It's all sorts of people who spend their time in Westminster, parliamentary staff, economists, think tank employees, political consultants and government officials. And the warning is that these 2 LinkedIn accounts that were named, identified, Amanda Chu and Shirley Shen, are just examples of how China can use essentially fake headhunters as a way of trying to get people to give them private information on the workings of the political system. Last night, actually, we at the BBC spoke to a Conservative parliamentary staff member who had been contacted by one of those profiles, although what they showed us is that the approach was not particularly sophisticated, written in broken English. So there is a question about whether that really has actually hooked in people, but I guess from the Chinese Ministry of State Security perspective, they would only need 1 or 2 people. Worth saying, the Chinese embassy say this alert from MI5 is a pure fabrication and malicious swamp.
Okay, Henry, thank you. Speak later.
The police drama Line of Duty is coming back to the BBC for a 7th series.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph and the wee donkey, can we just move this thing along?
Now we're sucking diesel brackets again. Adrian Dunbar, Vicky McClure, Martin Compston, all signing up to reprise their roles. Of course, it's 4 years ago, 2021, that it last aired, and back then 17 million of us were watching.
Now it's a new 6-part series, written of course by Jen Mercurio, and it will start filming in Belfast next spring.
So it could be what, next autumn?
I guess
Even the next movie.
Just in time for the next Celebrity Traitors. I can't cope with all this good telling.
You need to book your leave now, Sarah.
I do.
Right, it's just after 6:15, and Carol joins us in the studio with chilly weather. Morning.
Good morning, both. It is chilly. It's frosty. There's a risk of ice, and some of us have had some snow overnight as well. Good morning to you too. That is essentially the forecast for today, although there'll be a lot of dry weather eventually today. For the next few days, though, it is going to remain cold. There will be some frost or widespread frost, particularly cold on Thursday night, the risk of ice, and the snow mainly on the hills, but at times we will see it get down to lower levels as well. Now this is what we've had as we've gone through the course of the night. So snow showers falling even at lower levels in the north of Scotland. Some hill snow, a little bit of that getting down to lower levels across North Wales and Northern England. And as we come further south, it's rain showers that we're looking at. And this is all going to be sinking south, the hill snow and the rain, as we go through the course of the morning, eventually clearing. It will dry out, we'll see some sunshine behind it, but further snow showers piling in on the strong